Chapter 578. Inside the demon imperial palace, the haggling and haggling were extremely noisy. But neither side was angry, and Heavenly Monarch Wei didn't leave. In the end, the price was decided. 400 fifth-grade top immortal stones and 10,000 fourth-grade top immortal stones. There were also some resources and healing pills, but there were no golden pills. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei left angrily. He definitely didn't expect this Yao Emperor to dare to extort him. In order to confirm the cooperation, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei agreed and brought the marriage certificate with the celestial Thearchus seal. Sun Yuan said in a low voice, "Yao Emperor, why don't you come to this marriage? Old Ape Jade Snow has seen it. It's a good match for the Yao Emperor." Jiang Chongkong, "Fine, you're loyal to me, not the Yao Emperor. Do you really think the Heavenly Court will marry Fairy Jade Snow to the Yao race?" Jiang Chongkong said disdainfully, "The Heavenly Court just wants to use us to get rid of their Heavenly God of Justice. Isn't there the Celestial Thearchus marriage certificate?" Sun Yuan frowned. "Will the Celestial Tharch go back on his word? Why won't he go back on his word? He even dared to kill the Heavenly God of Justice. Why would he care about a marriage certificate?" Jiang Chongkong said, "The Heavenly Court is crazy. They even killed their own Heavenly God of Justice." Sun Yuan sighed. "Maybe it's because the Heavenly God of Justice is too fair. If he becomes stronger, the Heavenly Court will be dealt with by the Heavenly God of Justice." Jiang Chongkong's eyes glinted coldly. His previous attitude was too righteous, and he wouldn't let go of anyone who was guilty. The Heavenly Court, on the other hand, had a bunch of guilty people. Not all of them were guilty, but at least half of them had to be killed. In such a situation, they had to choose an obedient Heavenly God of Justice. Then, should we go find the Heavenly God of Justice immediately, or wait for them to send the person over? Sun Yuan asked. Jiang Chongkong smiled. "Immortal Lord Sun, can you avoid the Heavenly Court's detection? That's not a problem. Although the Heavenly Court is powerful, I have my own methods," Sun Yuan said proudly. He paused and asked, "What does the Yao Emperor want me to do?" "When Ziwei delivers the resources, I'll have to trouble you to deliver them to the Heavenly God of Justice, Immortal Lord," Jiang Chongkong said. "Demon King, this isn't appropriate, right? We just promised Ziwei." Sun Yuan was stunned. "You've already negotiated with them and accepted the resources, yet you want me to deliver the resources to the Heavenly God of Justice? This was not the way to support the enemy. Could it be that their demon emperor really wanted to rope him in?" Thinking of this, Sun Yuan asked Demon Sovereign, "Do you still want to rope him in? It's even better to provide timely assistance. Besides, the Heavenly God of Justice doesn't have any conflict with the changes we've made." Sun Yuan panicked. "But the Demon Emperor is also the Heavenly God of Justice. In the future, the winner and loser of the same immortal position would be decided, and even life and death would be decided. I've said it before. If he comes to the demon race, I'll be the Demon Emperor in peace. So what if I give him the celestial position?" Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly. Sun Yuan opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. It could only be said that their demon emperor's breadth of mind and bearing were not comparable to ordinary demons and humans. He has the potential to do great things, but no matter how he looked at it, it was a bit of an idiot. That Heavenly God of Justice most likely would not join the demon race. Moreover, the change in the demon race was only for them. Many powerful demons didn't even listen to the demon court. On the other side, Jiang Chongkong had also arrived at the Heavenly Court's mine. As he digested Heavenly King Ziwei's information, a smile appeared on his face. Heavenly King Ziwei had delivered a total of 560,000 essences this time. Although it was not a lot, it was enough for him to reach initial success in his postnatal chaotic Tao body. It would also allow his Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to reach perfection. He had to thank Heavenly King Ziwei for this. Unfortunately, Heavenly King Ziwei didn't leak this information to his secondary body. He just told the secondary body to wait. When the time came, the secondary body would raise the blade and deal with him. Would Yu Shiwe go crazy if she heard that he was going to marry a demon? Jiang Changkong didn't tell his secondary body to spread this information. He was not that shameless. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, Jiang Changkong circulated his chaotic divine power and hid in the void. Hurry up, you bunch of trash. Go plant immortal herbs if you dare to slack off again. A series of angry roars sounded along with the sound of whips breaking through the air. Some of the miners had their flesh torn open. They didn't dare to make a sound and hurriedly sped up. Another one died here. Take him to plant immortal herbs, a deity said coldly. Yes. A celestial immortal supervisor dragged a corpse and quickly left. The celestial immortal supervisor carried the corpse through the forest and soon arrived at a place with dense immortal chi. The immortal artifacts here were so dense that they formed a mist. Ordinary immortals could save a lot of time just by taking a breath. Spirit herbs were planted in the mist. This was the herb field opened by the heavenly court. The herb field was covered by an immortal array, and there were 3 deities here. Exalted immortal, another one died, the celestial immortal supervisor said respectfully as he put down the corpse. Put it down, a deity said lightly. The celestial immortal supervisor put down the corpse and left. That's a little low. Only 30 died in this month. The deity waved his hand and threw the corpse into the herb field. The array activated and the corpse began to decompose, turning into dense immortal chi. There aren't many immortals in the great wilderness now, and they still have to mine. We can only reduce the number of deaths, another deity said. Doesn't immortal king great wilderness send immortals over? The deity frowned. The deity explained, You can't blame immortal king great wilderness for this. Some people know that the power of heaven is awakening and want to take this opportunity to capture more. The 3 deities fell silent and stopped talking. They absorbed the immortal chi and cultivated. The heavenly court has disappointed me. The void fluctuated as a vast divine aura spread and enveloped the entire herb field. Crack! The divine aura landed and the herb field's array broke. The immortal herbs inside were also rapidly disintegrating. Immortal Lord. The 3 deities' expressions changed drastically. This is the herb field of the heavenly court. Who are you to dare provoke the heavenly court? One of the deities shouted coldly, using the heavenly court as his backer. Heavenly God of Justice. Of course. You can also call me Immortal Lord of Justice. Chaos divine power surged and enveloped the 3 deities. Soul search. Shrill screams came from the chaos divine power, but they were restricted by Jiang Changkong within the herb field. The herb field's array collapsed and the immortal herbs turned to dust. He could not be bothered with immortal herbs that were fed by immortals. The memories of the 3 deities made Jiang Changkong's expression turn extremely cold. Lu Xianfeng had told him, and he had guessed that the immortals here were not good people. Unexpectedly, the heavenly court secretly controlled the great wilderness and sent some immortals here to mine. Almost none of the immortals sent here could leave alive. Almost all of them died here. In the past, they would kill as many as they could. It was best if they died from exhaustion or even death. Their corpses were either pulled over to plant immortal herbs or refined into immortal pills. Recently, due to the awakening of the power of heaven, the heavenly court had privately informed the fiends. The fiends knew that this was their last chance, so they became even more frenzied and captured immortals. The number of immortal great wilderness immortal king had decreased greatly, so he could only reduce the supply here. That was why the previous conversation made the deities here unhappy. Chapter 579. As he digested the information, killing intent filled Jiang Changkong's heart. He turned into a beam of light and returned to the mine. In his memory, there was a late-stage immortal lord guarding this place. Inside the mine, the supervisors were still whipping the miners. Regardless of whether these miners worked hard or not, they were still being whipped. If not for the fact that the great wilderness celestial kingdom had fewer immortals, they would have been even more ruthless. Boom! The sun's divine might enveloped Jiang Changkong, but he was not in a hurry to take out the heavenly book of justice. The aura was also a mid-stage immortal lord, but it was only aimed at the supervisors and not the miners. Immortal lord, it's an immortal lord. Cries of terror sounded. The heavenly court's immortals were horrified, and they frantically circulated their immortal power to resist. However, the strongest among them was only a celestial, and they could not withstand the aura of a mid-stage immortal lord. It's an immortal lord. A immortal lord is here to save us? The miners said excitedly. They were not targeted by the aura. This person was here to save them. What monster dares to attack the heavenly court's mine? A furious roar sounded, and a powerful divine might exploded from within the mine, instantly dispelling the sun's divine might. A middle-aged man stepped into the air, and his divine might surged. Immortal Tao laws manifested, and mysterious laws appeared in the air. Late-stage immortal lord. Heavenly court? How can a bunch of evil demons who kill the innocent be worthy of being part of the heavenly court? Jiang Changkong said coldly with his back facing the immortal lord. Kill the innocent? You can't say such things. These miners are all evil demons who have committed heinous sins. They are here to atone for their sins. As soon as he finished speaking, the late-stage immortal lord had already arrived behind Jiang Changkong, and a long saber slashed down. Divine light shone brilliantly, and the laws were boundless. It was as if a monarch of heaven and earth was sending down divine punishment. Sins are not determined by you. Jiang Changkong harumphed coldly and suddenly turned around. The chaotic heavenly I shone out. It's determined by this God. Heavenly God of justice? Ah, the immortal lord's expression changed drastically when he saw his face, but it was already too late to dodge. Under the illumination of the heaven's eye, the saber light shattered and the long saber broke. The immortal lord's body stiffened, and his body actually dissipated inch by inch. The fear of death engulfed the immortal monarch's heart, and he begged for mercy. Heavenly God of justice, please spare my life. We are all members of the heavenly court. I will definitely change in the future. If you have a next life, then change it yourself. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Chaos divine power entered his body and began to search his soul. Murderous intent surged within him once again regarding the evil deeds of this immortal lord. However, this person was about to die, so he looked at the other memories. That fellow actually managed to reap a lot of benefits from this mine. Of course, he wasn't fishing for the heavenly court. He was fishing for the great wilderness. If there were no more people, he would look for De Huang. If there were no more resources, he would look for De Huang. Whatever he lacked, he would ask De Huang for it. As for De Huang, he would give whatever he had. As for the great desolation immortal king, he didn't care about this because the heavenly court would reward him with immortal king-level resources every year. From that immortal king's point of view, it was very worthwhile to use these ants and resources that he couldn't use to exchange for what he needed from the heavenly court. Immortal King Great Wilderness often came here to hang out with this immortal lord, hoping to enter the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong took out his spatial equipment and shone his chaos heavenly eye. Those who were guilty would be punished as they should be, and those who were innocent would be released. His luck wasn't bad. There were still 10 immortals here, and the remaining heaven immortals added up to 100. Although the heaven immortals didn't have their essence, chi, and spirit, they still had the power of heaven, so each of them had 100. After dealing with this, Jiang Changkong flew down, and his chaos divine power surged into the mine. Looking at the excited miners, he waved his hand and said, "Run for your lives. The people of the heavenly court will be here soon." "Thank you, heavenly God." The miners thanked him and didn't dare to stay any longer, and they all left. Jiang Changkong watched them leave, and he used his chaos divine power to dig out immortal stones and collect the immortal stones they dug out. One had to say that the quality of this mine was quite good. However, the heavenly court was faster, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. In just 15 minutes, he left. Before leaving, Jiang Chongkong directly destroyed the mine with a slap. It wasn't bad to leave some trouble for them. Far away from the mine, Jiang Chongkong suppressed the heavenly book, immortal position, and immortal record, so that the heavenly court couldn't sense him. Jiang Chongkong changed and headed to the nearest city in the great wilderness, Cloud Desolate City. After finding a random inn to stay in, Jiang Chongkong began to count his harvest this time, from the mine and the immortals. His harvest this time was very bountiful. These immortals could almost do whatever they wanted in the great wilderness, celestial kingdom, taking whatever they wanted. They were even more overbearing than local tyrants. There were 23 mid-grade, 5th-grade immortal stones and 16 low-grade immortal stones. 4th-grade immortal stones, 1,000 top-grade immortal stones, 3,000 high-grade immortal stones, 6,000 mid-grade immortal stones, and none low-grade immortal stones. The heavenly court's immortals didn't care about low-grade immortal stones. There were also some 3rd-grade immortal stones, but he ignored them as they were of no help to him. Essence, spirit, and energy, 256,200. This didn't include the harvest from the previous law enforcement. Before breaking through, this would be more than 5 million. It was much more than the harvest from the heavenly river, celestial kingdom's mine. The heavenly court was synonymous with wealth. Looking at his essence, spirit, and energy, he already had 577,000. Jiang Chongkong decided to stay in this inn for a few days and observe the situation. From the immortal lord's memories, he learned that the heavenly court indeed had the intention to set up a trap in the great wilderness, celestial kingdom. If there was a chance, he wanted to see how big the heavenly court's formation was this time. At the same time, he would also wait for his secondary body and Sun Yuan to come over and give him resources. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chongkong began to improve his chaotic Tao body. The green light in his body became denser, and there was a mysterious aura. His pure strength and defense also increased. His muscles bulged, and traces of ferocious aura spread out, but he suppressed it. If he let go of the transformation, his chaotic Tao body would be like those ancient ferocious beasts. Half a day passed, and the chaotic Tao body successfully transformed. The ferocious aura was restrained, and his muscles returned to normal. The green light also hid in his body. Jiang Chongkong, late-stage immortal lord, divine lord, 5th transformation mystic art. Initial success, 1/900, 000 postnatal chaotic Tao body. Initial success, 1/900, 000 golden crow immortal sutra. Desheng, 1/337500 essence spirit energy. 278332. If every heavenly court stronghold could give him such a huge harvest, then he would soon be able to fight an immortal king. Of course, it was not Heavenly King Ziwei. Heavenly King Ziwei's strength was at the peak of the immortal king level, just a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. On the other hand, Sky River Immortal King and Great Wilderness Immortal King were only early-stage immortal kings. Soon he would be able to kill Sky River and Great Wilderness Immortal King. I'll stay here for a few days and see the situation of the Great Wilderness Immortal Kingdom. Jiang Chongkong's chaotic divine power spread out and hid in the void. Some chaotic divine power found some immortals and entered them to search their souls. The situation of the Great Wilderness Immortal Kingdom appeared in his mind. Some immortals were powerless to do anything about the Great Wilderness, but most of them were sucking up to the immortals of the heavenly court. Even sky immortals could become the guests of the immortals. He destroyed the mine, and those immortals had caused great harm to this place. If he went out and shouted now, the immortals of the heavenly court would descend. Most of the residents in the city would hide in their houses and tremble. The heavenly court is filled with sinners. If they really rule the celestial world, then it will be the true doomsday. Chapter 580. Although Jiang Changkong wasn't a righteous person, he still wanted to pave the way for his friends. He didn't want Su Qianhuan and the others to ascend. Before they could experience the beauty of the celestial world, they would be refined into an immortal pill. He also didn't want to be a dog forever. Now he had completely fallen out with the heavenly court. Although they said they would fight to the death, it wasn't to that extent yet. The heavenly court now saw him as a troublesome ant. If he was forced into a corner and heavenly monarch Ziwei personally killed him, or a bunch of immortal kings and immortal emperors appeared, he would definitely be dead. He didn't have the right to fight to the death with the heavenly court. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Changkong received a lot of information. His secondary body had come with Sun Yuan. After the mine was destroyed, a group of heavenly court immortals started to search nearby. There were immortals in the city, and Jiang Changkong was also interrogated. The method left by Heavenly Thar Chaotian was very useful and helped him hide from the heavenly court's inspection. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan and his secondary body came to the city in disguise, wandered around and left. Jiang Changkong's figure melded into the void, leaving this place and vanishing. In a mountain range, the secondary body and Sun Yuan sat on a tree. Sun Yuan said, "Demon Emperor, the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice, really knows how to hide. He still hasn't been found. This heavenly god of justice is very powerful. I value him more and more." The secondary body smiled. "But we still can't find him," Sun Yuan said. "It's enough if he comes looking for us. The judicial immortal position will definitely draw his attention, allowing him to sense it." The second body said indifferently. Sun Yuan frowned. "Old Ape still feels that we are taking too big a risk this time. This heavenly god of justice has become stronger too quickly. It is indeed very risky." The void fluctuated, and Jiang Changkong appeared. "The demon race's demon monarch personally led me out. It is truly my honor. Demon Emperor, be careful." Sun Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood in front of the secondary body. The secondary body waved his hand fearlessly. "The heavenly god of justice is a sensible person. He won't do anything stupid. Both of you have done well. Previously at the Sky River, the Demon Emperor let me off. Today, I will not make things difficult for the Demon Emperor." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Tell me your purpose in coming here." "This is the fee that old bastard Zi Wei asked me to use to kill you." The second body waved his hand and threw the resources to him. "Oh, what does the demon sovereign mean?" Jiang Changkong frowned and pretended not to know. "I don't want to kill you. I still want you to come to the monster race and become the heavenly god of justice." The clone chuckled. Sun Yuan still looked at him warily, in case Jiang Changkong suddenly attacked. "There's no need to join the demon race. The East Sea can't be protected." Jiang Changkong waved his hand and put away the resources. "This god will accept these things. In the future, if the demon's sins are not serious, this god can let them go for now. You've learned to be flexible." Sun Yuan was slightly taken aback. In the past, the heavenly god of justice would arrest anyone who committed a crime. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "This god said that the sins are not serious. If the sins are serious, I won't give you a chance to repent." Generally, those who did not commit serious sins were not considered evil demons. Those who committed serious sins were either sentenced to death or had their cultivation base lowered. Those who committed ordinary crimes were sent to the heavenly prison. He could not return to the heavenly court now. Since that was the case, what was the point? Create a heavenly prison and imprison him? "Heavenly god of justice, do you want to talk alone?" the clone asked. "Demon sovereign." Sun Yuan became nervous. Why did the demon sovereign invite him to talk alone? Right now, the heavenly god of justice was stronger than him. If the demon sovereign has the guts, then I will accompany you, Jiang Changkong said. Immortal Lord Sun, there's no need to follow me. I have some matters to deal with. It will be fine to talk to him. The deputy gave some instructions and left with Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's current strength had already surpassed Sun Yuan's. Coupled with the Heavenly Emperor's abilities, even if he sneaked up to Sun Yuan, he would not be able to detect him. Of course, he had nothing to talk about with the clone. He just wanted to improve the clone's strength. After consuming a recovery immortal pill, Jiang Changkong's divine power recovered and he left. The clone returned to Sun Yuan's side, and the two of them left. After the clone left, Jiang Changkong created another clone. I have to use the Elder Lord's immortal pill sparingly, Jiang Changkong murmured. The quality of this immortal pill was too good. One would be able to recover most of his divine power. This clone should be enough. Coupled with the aura of the immortal book, it will be fine if it is leaked. Jiang Changkong sized up the clone and began to improve his strength. He wanted to upgrade the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to perfection. He improved the laws of the sun, and the Golden Crow appeared. Each Golden Crow projection was an immortal Tao law's profundity. If there were immortals who cultivated the laws of the sun who were weaker than him, they would be able to improve greatly if they could comprehend it. The changes in the laws of the sun lasted for a full 12 hours. Jiang Changkong stabilized his cultivation and concealed his aura. A smile appeared on his face. Golden Crow Immortal Sutra reached perfection. Jiang Changkong, Peak Immortal Lord, Divine Lord, 5th Revolution Mystic Art. Initial success, 1/900, 000 Postnatal Chaotic Tao Body, 1/900, 000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, Desheng, 1/10125000 Essence, Energy Spirit, 511632 feeling the vast divine power in his body. He couldn't kill an early-stage immortal king yet, but it wouldn't be long. With a thought, the clone returned to Cloud Desolate City, and his main body left the Great Wilderness. Now that the Great Wilderness had become a sinkhole, if his main body was discovered, he would die. He suppressed his immortal position and immortal book, so the heavenly court was blind and could only think of other ways to find him. After the main body left, the clone's aura quickly dissipated. Not long after, the place where the aura was leaked welcomed a sky full of immortals. Find him, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You have to find him. A roar resounded through the sky. Should I go to the Zhenyuan celestial sect? Jiang Changkong pondered. The clone attracted the heavenly court's attention. Then should he go to the Zhenyuan celestial sect? Or the next stronghold? Then the next stronghold. Since the heavenly court can't find me for the time being, the only thing I need to worry about is the East Sea. Jiang Changkong sighed. If Heavenly King Ziwei used the East Sea to threaten him, he really didn't know what to do. He had to think of a way to let the monsters extend their hands into the East Sea. Only then would the heavenly court not dare to use the East Sea to threaten him. If the heavenly court dared to do so, the little Dragon King could join the monsters and receive their protection. This time, I have to change my aura too. After all, I still have to play with them. I can't expose my main body. Jiang Changkong looked in the direction of the heavenly court stronghold in the distance with cold eyes. The information given by Lu Xianfeng was very clear. The immortal lord here was a peak immortal lord. Although there was no celestial kingdom here, there was a 5th grade mine. Along the way, he met many immortals who were looking for him. There were also some roulette-like treasures in their hands. Come out. A late-stage divine immortal shouted coldly and slapped the void where Jiang Changkong was. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. He revealed a smile and said respectfully, "Great immortal, I'm just passing by." "So you're just an early-stage divine immortal. Have you seen the heavenly justice god before?" asked the late-stage divine immortal coldly. "Great immortal, I've never seen him before." Jiang Changkong lowered his head. His appearance had already changed and was concealed. You've never seen him before? Then you're useless. You can have him. It's not bad to refine a golden core. The late-stage divine immortal looked at a mid-stage divine immortal beside him. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. He didn't expect that the heavenly court's immortals would be this crazy. Are they taking advantage of this last chance to fish for resources? Or is the heavenly Dharch planning to kill everyone who disagrees? Chapter 581. An extremely cold air swept out, be it immortals or celestial immortals. All of them were frozen. Evil creature, how dare you provoke the heavenly court? A cold roar could be heard, accompanied by a mighty immortal might. A giant figure arrived at the scene from the distance. The power was shocking. The laws of the immortal Tao filled the void. Intermediate high immortal? Jiang Changkong glanced at it, and the moon chi shot out. The immortal Tao laws were sealed in ice, and the giant figure was sealed in ice as well. Opening the heavenly scroll in his body was a capital offense. Boom! After the soul's search, the ice sculpture shattered and turned into ashes. Jiang Changkong's figure disappeared as he quickly left. The power of heaven arrived. 1 immortal lord, 5 immortals, plus their own essence, chi and spirit, amounted to more than 100,000 essence, chi and spirit. If he could destroy the heavenly court, his strength would probably rise to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Their spatial equipment, on the other hand, was so poor that it did not match their status. They only had 10,000 points of essence, chi and spirit in total. Not long after he left, several immortal lords arrived, but they could only feel the remnant cold air. Coupled with the information that the secondary body had previously leaked, they did not connect it to Jiang Changkong. As Jiang Changkong flew, he did not forget to organize his memories. The Sky River Immortal Monarch had brought 2 pinnacle Immortal Monarch marshals to the great wilderness. This time, in order to kill him, the 2 celestial kings had chosen to join forces. Heavenly River Immortal Monarch, since that's the case, your god shall not hold back then. Jiang Changkong scoffed coldly and increased his speed. Most of the resources of the Sky River Celestial Kingdom were in the hands of the Sky River Celestial Monarch. However, there was still a portion of it in the treasury of the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. Since the Sky River Immortal King came all the way to the great wilderness to deal with him, if that was the case, he could make use of the opportunity to raid the Sky River Immortal Emperor's nest. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong hurried on with all his might. The rank 5 mineral vein strongholds layout was almost the same as the previous one. If there was a medicinal field, even if an immortal died, he would squeeze it dry. Apart from the medicinal fields, there were also some immortal fruit trees, which were also cultivated with the corpses of immortals. A group of immortals were whipping a supervisor while enjoying a sweet immortal fruit. Are these fruits delicious? Cold words resounded, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped the area where the mine was located. The heavenly book in his body also sentenced them to death. Before the foreman could even react, they had already turned into ice sculptures. What kind of monster are you? Angry shouts rang out one after another as more than 10 surges of divine might spread out. A vast figure stepped into the sky with the power of the law of heaven and earth. You die, Jiang Changkong said coldly. However, he was stunned the next moment. This immortal lord's merits outweighed his faults. Heavenly Tao, are you blind? Jiang Changkong really wanted to pull out Heavenly Tao and rub it against the ground. Capturing immortals and using immortals to cultivate immortal herbs and immortal fruits was a heinous crime. But the merits actually outweighed the demerits? In fact, the Heavenly Tao was not blind. The fact that the high immortal before him had done something meritorious to the heavens in the past could only mean that the high immortal before him had done something meritorious to the heavens. For example, the elders who followed the celestial Dharch to conquer the world in the heavenly court. Their establishment of the heavenly court was a great achievement. The immortal monarch Pinnacle had no idea what Zhang Xian was thinking. For immortals who were courting death, Zhang Xian would naturally cut down their fruit trees or concoct pills for them. Down below, the 13 immortals unleashed their power and executed shocking immortal arts. Fortunately, these 13 immortals were sentenced to death. If their merits outweighed the demerits, Jiang Changkong would be so angry that he would beat them up. The moon Qi covered the sky and earth, and even the void was sealed in ice. Terrifying moon Qi. The immortal monarch Pinnacle's expression changed drastically. His immortal Tao laws were actually no match for the moon Qi. Could it be that the person before him was a Taiying immortal king? Jiang Changkong suppressed the heavenly book and sealed the attacks of the immortals with one palm. He also sealed the 13 immortals. He only sealed them, not killed them. Crack! Under the moon Qi, the immortal monarch Pinnacle used the immortal power in his body to resist the power of ice. Unfortunately, Jiang Changkong's strength had already far surpassed the immortal monarch realm. After struggling for a while, the immortal monarch Pinnacle was turned into an ice sculpture. Endless frost energy invaded his body, searching his memories and cutting off his life force. It really is an old immortal lord who conquered the world with the celestial arch. Jiang Changkong's gaze was slightly cold. Unfortunately, without the power of heaven, this immortal lord's essence, qi and spirit were pitifully little. However, this guy was also rich. These years he had killed many immortal lords, and even dared to eat a portion of the celestial Thearcha's mine. The 13 immortals were turned to dust. Endless moon Qi descended into the mine and dug out the immortal stones. As for the heaven immortals below, Jiang Changkong did not let go of them. There were also 100 of them, 10,000 power of heaven. He lifted the restrictions on the miners and let them out. As for whether they could escape the pursuit of the heavenly courts, that was not something he could care about. Even if they stayed here, they would only die. 5th grade immortal stones flew out one by one. Because time was tight, he only dug out the top 5th grade immortal stones. This mine was still very rich. In 15 minutes, he dug out close to 200. After doing all this, he used the moon Qi to freeze the place and went to the herb field. There were still 2 immortals guarding it. After leaving the mine, Jiang Changkong went straight to the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. On the other side, his secondary body released a trace of aura again and quickly left. He planned to let his secondary body go to the capital of the great wilderness Celestial Kingdom. The passageway to the heavens was usually not set up in the capital of a celestial kingdom. The immortal king would not be at ease if his secondary body led them there. Even if the Sky River immortal king borrowed the passageway from the heavenly courts, he would not be able to return to the Sky River Celestial Kingdom in a short time. He had enough time to flatten the capital of the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. Deep in the endless mountains, Jiang Changkong was counting his harvest. Although the peak immortal lord did not bring him any power of heaven, he had gained a lot. Because of him taking the lead, the 13 immortals more or less also gained some. 5th grade immortal stones, 365 top grade immortal stones, 216 top grade immortal stones. 5th grade immortal stones, 600 top grade immortal stones, 500 top grade immortal stones. There were no other quality immortal stones. These guys were all the best. They did not care about those that were too low grade. It was the same for mid-stage immortal gods. They had been developing here for a long time. They only obtained 1 or 2 at a time, but after a few times, they accumulated. Coupled with their daily cultivation consumption, this was all they had left. Essence, Qi, Spirit, 249,800. Looking at his essence, Qi, Spirit, it had already reached 1,030,000. Should he complete the Golden Crow immortal scripture first, or choose the 5 revolutions mysterious art? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Changkong found a mountain and went into seclusion. This time, He cultivated the Golden Crow immortal scripture to the limit. In the future, he would focus on the 5 transformations, mystic art, and the acquired, chaotic Taoist body. Moreover, improving the Golden Crow, celestial scripture, would also improve the power of the demon emperor. When he left the Sky River Immortal Kingdom, he would leave behind an incarnation to replenish his demon emperor cultivation. A demon emperor at the Immortal Lord Realm should be able to give heavenly monarch Ziwei a pleasant surprise. At that time, he would ruthlessly extort a sum of money. After thinking it through, Jiang Changkong focused his energy on the Golden Crow immortal scripture. The law of the sun rose again, and the Golden Crow's profound meaning surged into his mind. Jiang Changkong suppressed his aura to the extreme, not letting any of it leak out. This time, the upgrade did not take too long. It only took 3 hours. Just a little more, and he would be able to step into the Immortal King realm. The current him should still be a distance away from becoming an Immortal King. It was just that he did not know how big the gap was. Sensing the energy in his body, the jade token that Lu Xianfeng had given him lit up, and a voice could be heard. Heaven God, I found some information about the 3 seas and the underworld. Chapter 582. Heavenly God, we've returned to the immortal sect of Zhenyuan and found news about the 3 seas and the underworld. Lu Xuanfeng's voice reached them. You've reached the immortal sect of Zhenyuan so quickly. Jiang Changkong was a little taken aback. It had only been a few days and they had already arrived? We were lucky. We ran into an immortal king, elder of the sect, and he brought us back. Lu Xianfeng explained, pausing before adding, Heavenly God, you must be prepared for news about the 3 seas and the underworld. Could it be worse than the Eastern Sea? Jiang Changkong asked. The immortal sect of Zhenyuan was powerful and had a deep foundation. An immortal king expert could already establish a great country and establish his own sect. However, they could only hold the position of an elder in the immortal sect of Zhenyuan, and there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Countless immortal kings had tried their best to join the immortal sect of Zhenyuan, only to be rejected. The disciples of the immortal sect of Zhenyuan paid more attention to character and state of mind. When the heavenly will was not around, they would insist on purging demons and evil and not commit any evil. When the heavenly will returned, they would seclude themselves in the mountains and focus on cultivation. Just like Zhenyuan Zi, the immortal sect of Zhenyuan had always been focused on the Tao. In comparison, the Penglai sect only cared about their own Tao and did not care about anything else. Jiang Changkong felt a little uneasy at Lu Xuanfeng's words. It's very bad. The 3 seas have become the Dead Sea, and there are terrible killing intents within. Even immortal kings would not survive if they fell into it. Lu Xianfeng said somberly, The Dead Sea? Jiang Changkong did a double take. What about the Dragon King? Heavenly God, it's the Dead Sea because there's no Dragon King. Lu Xianfeng smiled bitterly and explained, True dragons are the spirits of the oceans, and the oceans would become the Dead Sea once all of them die. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea might very well be the last true dragon. Does that mean the Dragon King is very important? Jiang Changkong asked thoughtfully. He is very important if the Eastern Sea exists. The Immortal Sect's Scripture Pavilion does not have a complete record. There is something that could replace the Dragon King, but there is no record of what it is. Lu Xianfeng replied. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and then asked, What's the situation in hell? The underworld has already separated itself from the world of immortals. Unless a powerful expert opens the gates of the underworld, no one can enter it. Lu Xuanfeng's voice deepened. There's one more thing. According to the records, the underworld suffered a calamity, but the details are unclear. Jiang Changkong's heart was heavy. It seemed that he couldn't count on the Yellow Springs bloodline this time. When he was in the mortal world, he sealed himself for many years and preserved his strength. But this time, the underworld had suffered a calamity, and it was unknown whether or not immortal Yellow Springs still existed. I will organize this information. When the Empyrean God comes to the Zhenyuan celestial sect, you can check it yourself. Lu Xianfeng said. Many thanks, Jiang Changkong replied. He then stood up and left for the Sky River Immortal Kingdom. Jiang Changkong hurried on with all his might. This time he didn't deal with the demons along the way. In order to prevent himself from being discovered, he had to take a detour. A day later, Jiang Changkong arrived at the Sky River Immortal Kingdom. He released his sub-body and headed for the demon court. After consuming a pill to recover, Jiang Changkong, who was about to take a breather, trembled slightly. On the other side, on the way to the capital of the great wilderness kingdom, immortal light shone brightly, immortal Tao laws sealed the void, and figures descended majestically. Jiang Changkong, your path is over. A peerless king, wearing a dragon robe, immortal king laws vast and boundless, sealed the void. Beside him, there were two peak immortal lords. The golden heavenly river was mighty, lifting them up. Sky River Immortal King. On the left, a desolate aura swept, also immortal king laws, the aura not weak at all. Great wilderness, immortal king. On the other side, an immortal king, wearing a black immortal robe, exuded a terrifying, baleful aura. Jiang Changkong felt the aura of an immortal king from him. Heavenly Court, immortal king. 3 immortal kings? How did you guys find me? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He kept leaking his aura and he finally attracted them? Your methods are indeed strange. You hide your aura and we can't find you, but we can make all the living beings here leave. Great wilderness immortal king raised his eyelids like a high and mighty emperor and said indifferently, Didn't you notice that there are no living beings here? Jiang Changkong's expression became calm again. He thought that there was some special method that could locate and track them. So it turned out that they wanted everyone to leave. These living beings should have been under their control long ago. If he had known this, he would have searched their souls more and killed more. Maybe he could have fooled them. As if seeing through his thoughts, the black-robed immortal king said coldly, You can't escape. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let them go. You are not the first person that the heavenly court can't find. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. You guys are really ruthless. As long as it's uncertain you kill them all? Pajuan Immortal King, who will do it? Sky River Immortal King looked at the black-robed Immortal King. Pajuan looked at Jiang Changkong in disdain. You're just an ant. Do you need to do anything? Kneel. With a cold shout, the laws of the immortal Tao surged, and the might of an immortal king engulfed Jiang Changkong. A terrifying pressure swept over, and Jiang Changkong's body trembled. This Pajuan immortal king was definitely not an early-stage immortal king. He was trying to suppress him with his divine might. However, he was only a divine power clone. If he suffered an attack that was too powerful, he would immediately dissipate. Pajuan, I will remember you. Under the terrifying pressure, Jiang Changkong's expression was hideous. He was in extreme pain, and his body started to crack. Not good. He wants to commit suicide. Sky River Immortal King and Great Wilderness Immortal King's expressions changed at the same time. Jiang Changkong was the heavenly god of justice. If he died in front of them, they would all have to bear the responsibility when the heavenly Tao returned. Do you think you can die in front of me? Pajuan Immortal King shouted coldly. A towering immortal light burst forth and engulfed Jiang Changkong. The immortal light contracted and turned into a black bead, sealing the clone inside. Congratulations, Pajuan Immortal King, for taking down the traitor of the heavenly court. Sky River Immortal King cupped his fists. Great Wilderness Immortal King also cupped his fists. You have made a great contribution. You are not far from becoming a monarch. Pajuan Immortal King revealed a joyful expression. Although he was an immortal king, he was not a heavenly monarch in the heavenly court. After this, the heavenly Dharch would probably confer him the title of Heavenly Monarch Pajuan, right? Why don't you come to the great wilderness, immortal king? I have already set up a banquet to celebrate, great wilderness, immortal king said. No, I still have to return to heavenly monarch Ziwei. Pejuan, immortal king, declined. On the other side, Jiang Changkong arrived at the capital of the Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom. Something had happened to his secondary body, and he could not delay any longer. Boundless divine might burst forth, and chaotic divine power spread, covering the entire Heavenly River City. Rumble. Lightning surged in the sky. Chaotic divine power wreaked havoc, and Heavenly River City was collapsing. The heavenly book circulated, and the chaotic heavenly eye shone down, covering the entire Heavenly River City with gray divine light. The Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom is defiled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The living beings in Heavenly River City screamed in horror. One figure after another ran wildly through the city to avoid the collapsing buildings. All the immortals, heaven immortals, and human immortals howled in pain. Some of their cultivation levels dropped, and some were directly turned into dust. Dazzling golden light burst forth from the Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom Imperial Palace, and a golden barrier rapidly expanded. Sky-splitting technique. Boundless chaotic turbulence surged, and the sky-splitting technique was unleashed. A mysterious light distorted the void as if it was going to tear apart the space of the celestial world. Boom! The mysterious light fell, and the golden barrier exploded. Chapter 583. Sinister Demon. The sinister demon has descended. Cries of terror caused the entire Heavenly River City to descend into chaos. Under the mysterious light, the protective barrier was broken. The palace collapsed, and the palace was shattered. The light from the heavenly eye illuminated the entire city. Anyone who was guilty would be put on trial. You dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom? Die! An enraged roar echoed. Celestial light shone brilliantly as a figure roared and soared into the sky. It's the Heavenly Spirit, Great Marshal. This sinister demon is dead for sure. We're saved. An excited voice sounded. The terrified crowd and the immortals in the city gradually calmed down. Boom! Boundless chaotic energy surged in the gigantic hand. The law of chaos shuttled back and forth in the giant hand, forming mysterious patterns. The mysterious chaotic hand descended. The Heavenly Spirit, Great Marshal's immortal aura dimmed as he was knocked down by the giant hand. Rumble. The chaotic energy surged and swept across 10,000 kilometers. The entire Heavenly River City was destroyed. Whoosh! Golden water flowed, and a golden figure appeared. Evil creature, how dare you destroy my heavenly river? The golden figure roared furiously. A sword projection soared into the sky like the heavenly river. Heavenly River, immortal monarch. I'll leave if your main body comes, but a clone? How laughable! A domineering figure descended with boundless chaotic energy. The heavenly river sword projection crumbled, and the chaotic energy surged. The Heavenly River immortal monarch's projection trembled and showed signs of being destroyed. Your heavenly god, Jiang Changkong of Justice? The Heavenly River immortal monarch's projection was shocked. Wasn't the Heavenly God of Justice captured by his main body? Why did he come here? Do you think I don't know how to create clones? Jiang Changkong sneered, and the giant chaotic hand descended again. Die! The Heavenly River immortal monarch roared. Even though he was only a clone, he was not an ordinary peak immortal lord. He believed that his clone would be able to kill Jiang Changkong. Unfortunately, that was only his belief. Boom! The giant chaotic hand tore the clone apart and shattered the Heavenly River sword projection. The Heavenly River immortal monarch's projection slowly dissipated with a shocked expression. I'll gladly accept the Milky Way treasury. Jiang Changkong waved his palm, and the Celestial River immortal monarch's projection completely dissipated. His current strength had far surpassed the pinnacle high immortal. If he were to use the heaven-splitting art, Even the Sky River Immortal Emperor might not be able to withstand it. His clone was only slightly stronger than an ordinary heavenly high immortal. After destroying the Sky River Deity Emperor's shadow, Jiang Changkong's figure flickered and he arrived at the palace's treasury. He didn't even look at the things inside and took them all away. A few minutes later, Jiang Changkong packed up the entire treasury and left Tianhe City. The other side, the Sky River Immortal Monarch was already aware of what had happened in the Heavenly River City, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Jiang Changkong, this king will kill you. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's roar shook the entire great wilderness Immortal Kingdom. Sky River Immortal King, what happened? Great Wilderness Immortal King asked curiously. After Pajuan Immortal King left, the two of them exchanged toasts at the banquet. Unexpectedly, this Sky River Immortal King suddenly exploded. Jiang Changkong went to this king's Heavenly River Immortal Kingdom. The Sky River Immortal King clenched his fists with a dark expression. The entire great wilderness Imperial Palace shook. What? Didn't Jiang Changkong get captured? Great Wilderness Immortal King exclaimed. They were the ones who captured him. Could it be that it was fake? That's just a clone. Damn it, this king wants to go back. The Sky River Immortal King gritted his teeth. Sky River, it's too late to go back now. The fastest way is to borrow a path from the Heavenly Court. Contacting the Heavenly Court is the most important thing. Great Wilderness Immortal King pulled on the Sky River Immortal King and took out a jade token to send a message. Fake? This is fake? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei looked at the black bead with Jiang Changkong sealed within it. The heavenly god of justice inside was just a clone. Pajuan Immortal King's body trembled, and his expression changed slightly. How could this be? I personally captured him. If it's a clone, why can't I tell? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression was dark. He couldn't tell either. This was too strange. The Heavenly Court's Heavenly God of Justice was able to deceive them with just a clone? Was the immortal title that miraculous? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's heart burned with excitement as he thought of the immortal title. This king is going to make a trip. If he couldn't tell, then he would let the heavenly monster of the demon race take a look. If it really was because of the immortal title, it definitely wouldn't be able to deceive the demon emperor. Heavenly Monarch, the Sky River Nation? Pajuan Immortal King asked. Go there yourself. If this is fake, then you'll have to face the consequences yourself. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei glanced at him coldly before quickly leaving. Yes, I will definitely capture Jiang Changkong. Pajuan Immortal King's expression shifted slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his lowered eyes. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei went down to the Ao High Nation Demon Imperial Palace. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei, you captured Jiang Changkong? Sun Yuan sat in the Demon Imperial Palace and looked at the black bead in Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's hand. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression was unsightly, and he took out the bead. Demon Emperor, please take a look and see if this is Jiang Changkong's main body. The deputy glanced at it before scoffing, capturing clone? Does this count as me taking action? It really is a clone. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression darkened. How did the Demon Emperor determine this? Is it an immortal title? The deputy was still thinking about how to fool Heavenly Monarch Ziwei when he heard this. That's right. We both have immortal titles of justice, so we can sense each other. The black bead in Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's hand slowly disappeared. Jiang Changkong's clone appeared, but it disintegrated into wisps of divine power before disappearing into the air. Damn it! Heavenly Monarch Ziwei was completely enraged upon seeing this. It really was a clone. The Heavenly Court and the two immortal kingdoms had all been tricked by Jiang Changkong. I really am doubtful about the Heavenly Court's ability. The deputy shook his head with disdain. This Jiang Changkong is able to conceal his aura and evade the Heavenly Court's detection. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei looked at him. Does the demon emperor have a way to resolve this? Even your heavenly court can't do anything, so what can I do? Jiang Changkong stood up and said indifferently, it would have been better to just serve the heavenly god of justice. Why did it have to become like this? Heavenly monarch, Ziwei harumphed coldly. If the demon emperor dares to enforce the law in the demon race won't let you live. Who says they won't? The ancient divine ape will always stand by the demon emperor's side, Sun Yuan said. Their mountain of flowers and fruits had always been cultivating in seclusion and had never done anything wrong. The immortal title of justice was completely out of their reach. The deputy smiled. Heavenly monarch, are you saying that the heavenly court is no good? In that case, should this emperor go up and take a look? I will bring Jiang Changkong here. Don't think too much about it, demon emperor. Heavenly monarch, Ziwei turned and left. The heavenly court had too deep a connection with the sinister devils. In order to ensure that the heavenly court's troops wouldn't be harmed, the heavenly court should be allowed to perform meritorious deeds and wash away their sins. However, Jiang Changkong was directly enforcing the law and was not under their control. Rest in peace, heavenly monarch. Don't get played again, the deputy kindly reminded. This heavenly god of justice is quite capable. Sun Yuan chuckled. Demon Emperor, we still can't interfere with the East Sea. Take your time. This heavenly monarch Ziwei will come and beg me again. The deputy chuckled coldly. Chapter 584. Jiang Changkong left Sky River Celestial Kingdom and headed towards Zhenyuan Celestial Sect. Heavenly Court ruled a huge area, but there was no place for him to stay. After raiding Sky River Celestial King's lair, he must have gone crazy. Even if his secondary body was fake, Pajuan Celestial King would also go crazy. He didn't know what that person in Great Wilderness would do, but just 2 Celestial Kings were enough to make him exhausted. He counted the treasures of Sky River and this time's harvest. 1 great general of sky water, 50,000 heaven's power. There were 7 celestials in the city, 70,000. There were about 300 heaven immortals, 30,000. There were more than 1,000 human immortals, 10,000. Then there was the harvest from the treasury. Grade 4 celestial stones, 1,000 top grade for 1,000 high grade. 8,000 medium grade, 13,000 low grade. There were no grade 5 ones. They should all be with Sky River Celestial King. Total essence, energy, spirit, 610,000. Apart from these, there were some celestial medicine and celestial pills without essence, energy, spirit, and they were all grade 4. The grade 5 resources were all with Sky River Celestial King. Just Sky River Celestial City had such a harvest. If he could deal with the entire Sky River Celestial Kingdom, he would at least be able to reach Deshang. Sky River Celestial Kingdom still had 2 great generals and 1 Celestial King. I'll be back. Now, he wouldn't go to Heavenly Court's stronghold. After destroying 2 mines, Heavenly Court would definitely strengthen their defenses. He would find evil demons and deal with them on the way. The Celestial Kings, Heaven's power, hadn't shrunk. If he dealt with 27 more, he would be able to level up. What the celestial world didn't lack were evil demons. Wherever Jiang Changkong went, he would search the souls of all living beings he encountered to find the nearby evil demons. Heavenly Court, Goddess Yushua, who had inherited the position of Moon Celestial, sat in the cold celestial palace. Goddess Xylin held her chin and looked at her curiously. Yushua, you are getting colder and colder. It's just the influence of the power of Een. Goddess Yushua smiled and said, Where is your master? Why don't I see him? Goddess Xylin looked around to find that figure. Wang. A ray of moonlight flashed, and a white-dressed fairy with a veil over her face appeared. It was Yazi Dojo, Moon God Soul. Master Moon God. Yu Shua hurriedly stood up and bowed. Fairy Zilon also saluted. Greetings, Moon Goddess. You are the new Moon Goddess. I am no longer one. The Moon Goddess said coldly. You are the great Moon God. Yu Shui is the little moon god. Fairy Zilon held Yu Shui's arm and said with a smile, "Two moon gods." The moon goddess didn't say anything. She looked at Fairy Violet Orchid. Within her body, a faint purple light was carefully hidden. Heavenly monarch Ziwei failed again. Fairy Yushua heaved a forlorn sigh. The heavenly god of justice managed to escape. I really don't understand why Father wants to make things difficult for the heavenly god of justice. Fairy Zilan sighed helplessly. The moon goddess' voice was a little complicated. To become Emperor Ziwei. Is Emperor Ziwei that important? Fairy Violet Orchid asked in confusion. Heavenly King Ziwei has been stuck in the Immortal King realm for too long. The position of Emperor Ziwei is related to him becoming an immortal emperor. The moon goddess no longer looked at Fairy Violet Orchid, but inexplicably said, "Once the immortal position has chosen a master, it will not be changed unless it is dead." You can't give it up yourself? Fairy Yushu asked. The moon goddess said, "No, unless you are willing to commit a great sin and let the heavenly Tao destroy you. Otherwise, you can make the heavenly Tao change its mind." Then, how do you make the heavenly Tao change its mind? The two girls asked curiously. Defeat the heavenly Tao. The two girls, defeat the heavenly Tao? Wasn't this directly convincing with force? But in this world, who could defeat the supreme heavenly Tao? It was impossible. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Let's go to the East Sea to play with the little Dragon King. Fairy Lan changed the topic. Master. Fairy Yushua looked at the moon goddess expectantly. Go. The moon goddess waved her hand and disappeared. Thank you, Master, moon goddess. The two fairies left together and headed for the East Sea. The cold palace fell silent. A purple light appeared, and heavenly monarch Ziwei entered the palace. He cupped his hands and said, "Ziwei requests an audience with the moon goddess. Why are you here?" The voice was cold, and there was no sign of him. The celestial Thearchus position, Ziwei's position. Heavenly monarch Ziwei said, "The ancient heavenly court has a great divine ability that can preserve the position. The celestial Tharch asked me to come and ask. The celestial Thearchus position needs to be condensed by oneself. The celestial Thearchus position is equally honorable." "I'm not sure," the moon goddess said coldly. "Thank you, moon goddess." Heavenly monarch Ziwei was overjoyed. It was equally honorable. Did this mean that he also had to condense it by himself? He was satisfied with this answer and quickly left. The celestial Tharch has already asked. You came for yourself. Unfortunately, you are not fated to meet him. Only he could hear the cold words. Jiang Changkong had also discovered the heavenly god of justice, right? Since he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't point it out either. He would teach Yushua to become the new moon goddess. Jiang Changkong didn't know that the moon goddess divine soul had already ascended to the heavenly court and become Fairy Yushua's master. He traveled at full speed for 3 days and encountered 2 deity-level sinister devils. Unfortunately, these 2 sinister devils were very poor. Apart from the harvest brought by the power of heaven, there were no other treasures. However, the memories of one of them surprised him. It was an area where there was no birth, old age, sickness, and death. There were mortal medicines and flowers everywhere, and it was peaceful and peaceful. It was this area that attracted the nearby immortals and living beings. After entering, they didn't come out. They all stayed there, because in that place, they would forget all their troubles. There was no oppression, no sin. There were countless immortal medicines and flowers, and they could pick them at will. There was dense immortal energy and endless immortal stones. That place was called the Holy Land. When sinister devils went there, they would stop killing and return to kindness. The 2 sinister devils he killed also wanted to go to the Holy Land, but they didn't find the entrance to the Holy Land. They only knew the general area. Holy Land, endless immortal stones. Jiang Changkong wondered if the heavenly Tao sensed that he was fair and just, so it gave him some benefits. It wanted him to use the Holy Land and endless immortal stones to become a sage. He didn't think the heavenly Tao was that stupid. Whatever, I'll go look. If there are really a lot of immortal stones, then the heavenly river and immortal King Pajuan are not worth mentioning. Jiang Changkong followed the memories of the sinister devils. An hour later, Jiang Changkong came to a valley. The valley looked very ordinary. There were only a few weak creatures and spirit medicines that weren't at the immortal tier. If he hadn't searched his soul, he wouldn't have thought that this was the entrance to the Holy Land. Chaos divine power spread out and filled the entire valley. If the entrance to the Holy Land was really here, there was no way it could hide from him. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Everything in the valley appeared clearly in his mind. Suddenly, a special wave of void immortal power came and attracted Jiang Changkong's attention. It should be here. Jiang Changkong came in front of a rock and reached out to press the void. There didn't seem to be anything unusual here. If not for his divine power, it would be difficult for him to sense that the entrance was here. Chaos divine power poured in, and a crack appeared in the space, forming a passage. At the end of the passage was a wide space. There were all kinds of living beings wandering in it, and immortal medicines and flowers were everywhere. Chapter 585. Immortal herbs, flowers, and immortal fruits hung on divine trees. The immortal chi was so dense that it formed a mist. This beautiful world was more like the celestial world than the celestial world. At the end of his line of sight was a divine palace that pierced through the clouds. Jiang Changkong stepped into the passage and entered the Holy Land. The passage behind him disappeared, and all kinds of living beings looked at Jiang Changkong without the slightest bit of fear or curiosity. They were very calm, traversing through the immortal herbs and flowers, strolling and having fun. Some were cultivating, guiding the immortal chi into their bodies. An invisible force came from the void and entered his body. The auspicious, peaceful, and warm aura calmed his heart. There was no killing intent, no anger, only calmness. Jiang Changkong walked among the immortal herbs, and the special force kept entering his body. A strange emotion arose, and he did not want to leave this place, to stay here forever. A white rabbit passed by his feet, rubbed against his pants intimately, and ran away quickly. Holy Land. Jiang Changkong murmured. Was this really a holy land? As he walked step by step, Jiang Changkong looked at a human immortal, a mid-stage immortal lord. The heavenly book had manifested. This was an evil demon, and it was a crime punishable by death. But under the influence of the special force, Jiang Changkong did not have the slightest bit of interest. He did not want to enforce the law, or rather, he chose to ignore the sin. An inexplicable power caused the evil demon to smile. He gently stroked the head of one of the immortals and monsters and walked forward. Jiang Changkong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. To be able to affect him so quickly, there was most likely an immortal king here. Moreover, it was not an ordinary immortal king. Although he thought of an immortal king, for some reason he let go of his guard. An inexplicable certainty rose in his heart. There would be no killing here, and no living beings would attack him. Jiang Changkong walked towards the mid-stage immortal lord. Fellow Taoist, I have just come to the Holy Land. I wonder if you can introduce me? The Holy Land is the Holy Land. There will be no worries here. The evil demon smiled sincerely and warmly. The immortal flower valley is up ahead. You can admire the flowers there. There are great Tao inscriptions in the palace, and you can comprehend the great Tao there. Thank you. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Fellow Taoist, please go ahead. I still have to help them bathe, so I'll take my leave first. The evil devil cupped his hands. Jiang Changkong quickly walked forward and first went to the immortal flower valley that the evil spirit mentioned. All kinds of immortal flowers were blooming inside, and immortal chi was abundant. Thumb-sized flower fairies were dancing among the flowers. Jiang Changkong sat there and watched them dance. He didn't know why, but these flower fairies seemed to have a magical power that made him reluctant to leave. His essence, energy, and spirit were released on time. It was only when the flower spirit dissipated that Jiang Changkong woke up from his daze. The flower fairies entered the flowers and lay down to rest. They were a little tired from the dance just now. Looking at the increase in his essence, qi, and spirit, he realized that it had already been 24 hours. Jiang Changkong walked away. This time, he planned to go to the palace to take a look. The special power was constantly affecting him, but he couldn't resist it at all. Walking in the Holy Land, stepping on the soft grass, the worries in his heart had already been forgotten. The heavenly court, the eastern sea, the pursuit of an immortal king, the sense of urgency and pressure in his heart all dissipated. It was as if these things were not worth worrying about. In his heart, he felt that it was better to let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. If there was progress, then so be it. If there wasn't, then so be it. No strife, no anger, no pressure. Jiang Changkong felt that he had become a saint. He didn't want to fight for anything and didn't care about any troubles. Arriving in front of the palace, Jiang Changkong saw many immortals walking around. There were also some immortals descending from above. All sorts of immortal scriptures were engraved on the walls of the palace. However, they were only of the martial immortal to heavenly immortal level. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. He saw the golden crow immortal scripture and the ancestral dragon scripture, even though they were incomplete. There was also the prime clear Taoist scripture, the grand pure Taoist scripture, the primordial suppressing Taoist scripture, and other peak-level immortal scriptures. However, these top-notch immortal scriptures were all incomplete. Jiang Changkong stepped onto the stairs and headed to the second floor. There were fewer immortals on the second level. There were many immortals studying here. There were also some celestial immortals walking around, but their movements were very light for fear of disturbing their enlightenment. An inexplicable power made him also careful. He felt that he couldn't disturb their enlightenment. With light footsteps, he stepped onto the third step. The third floor was for immortal lords and some nomological enlightenment. There were more than 10 immortal lords here. Jiang Changkong still didn't stop and continued to climb to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was for immortal king-level immortal scriptures and various nomological enlightenment. 3 immortal kings sat cross-legged, facing the wall and comprehending. Jiang Changkong fell silent. 3 immortal kings? Was this place set up by 3 immortal kings? It shouldn't be. If it was set up by them, how could there be so many immortal kings comprehending? Moreover, from the looks of it, they were also comprehending the immortal scriptures above. Jiang Changkong walked to the 5th floor. There were immortal emperors here, so there were no people comprehending here. The enlightenment above was a little blurry, but the immortal scriptures were very clear, just that they were still incomplete. I'm not strong enough to pry into the immortal emperor's enlightenment. A young man appeared with a smile on his face. It turns out to be a great immortal. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and said, "This person was one of the 3 immortal kings below. In the Holy Land, all living beings are equal. There are no great immortals. My name is Lu Qingxian." The young immortal king smiled. Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong unconsciously revealed his real name. Lu Qingxian didn't seem to know him and walked up. "You just came to the Holy Land. Do you want to go up and have a look?" "I'll go with you. I just want to see it." Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and followed him up. The 2 walked side by side, and Lu Qingxian began to explain some cultivation knowledge to him. To cultivate, one must understand the will of heaven, respect the way of heaven, let nature take its course, and obtain the great way. Lu Qingxian said as the 2 reached the 6th floor, "Immortal, venerable level immortal scriptures." The immortal, venerable level enlightenment was blurry. Jiang Changkong was silent. The 2 continued to go up. On the 7th floor, There was no immortal scripture on the wall, only a gray chaos. What's this? Jiang Changkong was curious. This is the mixed essence. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, if you understand this, you will be a mixed essence saint. Mixed essence? If this was true, the celestial emperor of the heavenly court would probably go crazy. What's above? Jiang Changkong asked. He had reached the mixed essence realm, but he had not reached the top of the temple, and there was still space above. There is another kind of power above. Let's go up and have a look. Lu Qingxian said, will there be danger? There will be no danger in the Holy Land. Lu Qingxian was very firm and took the lead to step up. Jiang Changkong followed him and set foot on the 8th floor. Buzz! As soon as he stepped into the 8th floor, Jiang Changkong's body shook, and the blue light in his body seemed to be stimulated and surged out. The inexplicable power that entered his body was dispelled by the blue light, and all kinds of emotions emerged again. Changkong, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingxian asked with concern. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes, and the blue light in his body swam quickly. Immortal title, immortal book, tomes of the heavens, shivered in his body and hid in the corner. He opened his eyes, and 2 blue lights jumped in his eyes like flames. On the 8th floor, there was a rich blue light on the wall, endless blue light. These blue lights were like living things swimming on the wall, but did not leave the wall. Chapter 586. Changkong, are you okay? Lu Qingxuan's voice sounded again, looking at him with concern. Jiang Changkong shook his head slightly. I'm fine. This green light was exactly the same as the green light in his body. If not for the azure light here stimulating him, he would probably still be immersed in the Holy Land. However, why would the green light appear in the Holy Land? The realm above primordial chaos was the blue light in his body? Various thoughts emerged in Jiang Changkong's mind as the heavenly book materialized. The information displayed above was Lu Qingxian, a disciple of Jinyuan's celestial sect, the peak of the immortal king. He has spent his life killing demons and has done great service to the heavens. The peak of the immortal king stage? Jiang Changkong was a little dumbfounded. This person was actually at the peak of the celestial king stage? This was an existence on par with heavenly King Ziwei, yet he was only a disciple of the Jinyuan celestial sect? Changkong, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingxian asked doubtfully. He did not understand why Jiang Changkong was looking at him like this. Jiang Changkong frowned and asked, are you a disciple of the Jinyuan immortal sect? Peak stage immortal king? Yes, what's the problem? The Holy Land is equal. If you work harder, you will also become an immortal king. Lu Qingxian encouraged. Jiang Changkong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Not even celestial kings could resist the power of the Holy Land. What exactly was hidden in the Holy Land? Looking at the stairs, there was still space above. Above is the top floor, where you can see the whole Holy Land. Lu Qingxian said. Jiang Changkong walked up to the 9th floor. It was completely empty. There was nothing there at all. There were windows in the surrounding walls, and one could see the scenery of the Holy Land. Look, that's the Immortal Flower Valley, Lu Qingxian said, pointing in the direction of the Immortal Flower Valley. Jiang Changkong looked over and felt a chill down his spine. What immortal flowers, flower spirits, they were all gone. There was only a bunch of demonic tree vines sucking the blood of the immortal flowers. Those living beings had intoxicated looks on their faces, completely unaware of it. The vines didn't suck them to death. Instead, they released them when they couldn't take it anymore. These creatures suddenly woke up. They began to leave, not feeling like there was anything wrong with them. Jiang Changkong sensed the power in his body. It did not decrease, so it should not have been absorbed before. Over there is the immortal stone mountain. Lu Qingxian pointed in another direction. Jiang Changkong's face paled. What immortal stone mountain? It was full of skulls and broken limbs. Those palaces are the Tao Sound Palace, the Tao Law Palace, and the Heavenly Palace. Lu Qingxian said. Heavenly Palace? What's that? Jiang Changkong asked. The Heavenly Palace leads to an even larger Holy Land. Rumor has it that there's an even more complete Holy Land above the Holy Land. That is a real world. Only those who have lived in the Holy Land for thousands of years can go there. Lu Qingxian said, Why do you want to stay here for 1,000 years? Jiang Changkong asked. Not sure. Lu Qingxian shook his head and continued. However, I soon found out because I have been in the Holy Land for 900 years. 900 years. He was only 100 years away from going to the real Holy Land. Jiang Changkong looked at the rest of the place. The grass that he had stepped on before had all been replaced by vines. Those immortal herbs and flowers were also these things. This was not the Holy Land at all, but a place of death. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. The only real place should be this palace. Tao Sound Palace, Tao Law Palace, have you been there? Jiang Changkong asked. Tao Sound Palace, you can listen to the sound of the great Tao, just like a powerful person preaching. Tao Law Palace is filled with endless Tao law divine powers, teaching you how to use the immortal power and laws in your body. Lu Qingxian said, Then why don't you use the Tao Sound Palace to step into the immortal Emperor realm? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Qingxian shook his head. No, the immortal Emperor realm requires a strong foundation, or acquired to return to the innate realm. Otherwise, you can't become an immortal emperor. Innate? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Yes, the immortal emperor realm is a transformation from the acquired to the innate realm. Without a foundation that is 4 times stronger than the same level, you can't support the transformation. Another thing is to first transform the innate divine body and innate divine soul, successfully reverse the origin, and step into the immortal emperor realm. Lu Qingxian explained. Afraid that he did not understand, he added, You can think of it as innate gods. Jiang Changkong did not expect that there was such a requirement to step into the immortal emperor realm. No wonder many peak immortal kings could not become immortal emperors even after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The innate divine body trapped them. As for the foundation that is 4 times stronger than the same level, as far as Jiang Changkong knew, only heaven's equal could reach this level. Looking at the Holy Land again, Jiang Changkong asked, What will happen if I kill someone in the Holy Land? There will be no killing in the Holy Land. Lu Qingxian smiled. Now there is. Jiang Changkong's body was surrounded by green light, and he directly jumped down from the 9th floor. Now that he knew the true nature of the Pure Land, he would not endure it anymore. First, he would enforce the law and step into the Desheng realm. That's right, this time he planned to upgrade the chaotic Tao body first. This Holy Land was really strange. It would be safer to upgrade the chaotic Tao body first. He also wanted to see if there were any secrets in the 8th floor after the upgrade of the chaotic Tao body. Boom! Jiang Changkong's feet stepped on the ground, and his divine power spread out, turning the blood-sucking vines into ashes. And those creatures, after glancing at him, did not pay attention to him, and went about their own business. Jiang Changkong moved his body, operated the heavenly book, and found a celestial Lord Evil Demon. Under the light of the chaotic heavenly eye, the celestial Lord Evil Demon turned into ashes. The creatures in the Holy Land just glanced at him, and then no longer paid attention to him. Lu Qingxian appeared beside him in an instant and put one hand on his shoulder. Don't kill in the Holy Land. Jiang Changkong held the heavenly book of justice, and the green light in his body flowed into Lu Qingxuan's body. If you accept my green light into your body, I will not kill. Okay. Lu Qingxian let the green light enter his body without the slightest resistance. The next moment, the invisible force was dispelled by the green light. Lu Qingxuan's body shook violently, and a monstrous divine power rose. Demon, how dare you plot against me? When the celestial king was angry, the holy land shook. The endless blood-sucking vines turned into ashes. A green light rose from his body and turned into countless branches. Can you restrain some of your strength? Jiang Changkong was sent tumbling by the force of the attack. Lu Qingxuan's expression was slightly stiff. I'm sorry, I was too angry, and I haven't asked my brother's master for help. Heavenly God of Justice, Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong stood up. I have a friendship with Lu Xianfeng of Jinyuan Celestial Sect. So you are Heavenly God of Justice, a good friend of Brother Xianfeng. Lu Qingxian cupped his hands and said, Let's find the demon first and destroy this place. Can you let me do it? I can obtain the power of heaven by enforcing the law, Jiang Changkong said. Jinyuan Celestial Sect did not care about the power of heaven. That was why he said so. If it was another celestial king, he would only say that it was up to his own ability to snatch as many as he could. I'm still impulsive. Come with me first to rescue the other two celestial kings. Lu Qingxian suggested and said, It's not a problem to leave the law enforcement to you. Okay. Jiang Changkong nodded. If there was a demon hidden in the dark who could influence the celestial king and win over the remaining two celestial kings, he would have two more helpers to fight against the enemy. Chapter 587. The Holy Land stopped shaking, and the living beings were still the same as before. The immortals in the temple also didn't seem to know anything. Jiang Changkong and Lu Qingxian entered the fourth floor, and the two immortal kings were still meditating. Why don't you suppress them first? Jiang Changkong said, If these two immortal kings exploded, he might not be able to withstand it. They have been meditating here for hundreds of years with me, and their cultivation levels are not lower than mine. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. You go ahead and save one first. I will protect you. Jiang Changkong nodded. There were two immortal kings, one male and one female. The female immortal king was dressed in a white dress. Her aura was ethereal and deep, and her long hair reached her waist. The other immortal king had sword-like eyebrows, and a sharp aura exuded from his body. Jiang Changkong chose the female immortal king first, and the azure light poured into his body. The female immortal king didn't resist and let the azure light cleanse the invisible power in her body. An ethereal aura emanated from the female immortal king's body. Lu Xianfeng quickly took action and pointed at the female immortal king's forehead. Calm down. We have all fallen into the demon's trap. Think carefully. A trace of confusion flashed across the female immortal king's face. Then the ethereal aura retracted, and there was a trace of coldness on her face. What are you guys doing? The other immortal king asked curiously. They are studying a power and said it is very strange. Do you want to study it together? Jiang Changkong asked. What power? The immortal king asked curiously. Jiang Changkong's palm emerged with azure light and entered the immortal king's body. Feel it carefully. Boom! A shocking sword intent emanated from the immortal king's body. His entire body was like a divine sword. The entire fourth floor of the palace was shaking. Lu Qingxian and the other two immortal kings quickly took action to stabilize his power. Senior brother, calm down. The female immortal king said. Senior brother? Lu Qingxian was slightly taken aback. Jiang Changkong took out the Heavenly Book of Justice. Panlai Immortal Trail, Cloud Sky, Cloud Mortal, Peak Immortal King. You know us. The two immortal kings calmed down and looked at Jiang Changkong. The Heavenly God of Justice. That's the information from the Heavenly Book of Justice. Jiang Changkong said. So, it's someone from the Heavenly Court. Let me make this clear. I have nothing to do with the Heavenly Court. I am only enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens, Jiang Changkong said. Oh, you're the Heavenly God of Justice, but you're not related to the Heavenly Court? I'm being hunted by the Heavenly Court, Jiang Changkong said helplessly, then explained everything. Ever since I joined the Heavenly Court, he was not worried that these three would capture him and take him to the Heavenly Court in exchange for merits. These two great immortal sects were not interested in the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, he was friends with Lu Xianfeng. Lu Xianfeng had saved them this time, so he owed him a favor. If they dared to make a move, he would dare to withdraw the green light and let them continue to stay here. The heavenly court is truly disappointing. Female immortal Ji, Yun Xiao, said in disdain. See, Yun Fan flatly replied. The Penglai sect owes us no favor since the heavenly god has helped us. We would do two things for the heavenly god, even if it means slaying the immortal king of the celestial court. Thank you, both of you. Still, I'll do the immortal king myself, so I'll keep the favor for now, Jiang Changkong said, pausing for a moment before turning to Lu Qingxian. Our priority now is to break this place and leave this so-called holy ground. That's right. Both of you, let's do it together. We'll leave the law enforcement to the heavenly god, Lu Qingxian said. All right. We only seek the Tao and have no need for heavenly powers. The two from the Penglai sect nodded in agreement. The heavenly god is behind us. Si Yunfan led the way down to the third level, with the divine might of the immortal king unfurled, subjugating every immortal monarch there. Jiang Changkong activated the heavenly scroll of justice. 5 were sentenced to death. 1 was demoted to an immortal, while the rest were merely minor offenses that had to be sent to prison. He could not handle such matters, and so had to let them go for now. That alone was enough for him to improve. Many thanks. I need to seclude myself for a while to digest the heavenly powers, Jiang Changkong said. All right, we'll bring all the beings of the holy ground here and wait for you. The 3 immortal kings left, bringing the rest of the immortal monarchs with them. Jiang Changkong took a look at his essence, qi and spirit, and improved his Tao form of chaos. Kaboom! The holy temple suddenly shook. Streaks of green light shot out from the 8th level and directly entered his body. Inside his Tao form of chaos, green light burst out. Frightening power surged within his body, and the laws of chaos trembled in excitement. As his Tao form improved, the green light entered his body from outside. Jiang Changkong noticed that the green light was changing, forming veins of mysterious patterns. It was just like the Tao patterns back in the mortal realm. The laws of chaos were also releasing strands of aura into the patterns. It was a pity that his ability was still weak, and those Tao patterns were only a tiny bit formed and not complete. That tiny bit of Tao pattern was a unique divine pattern, emanating a unique Tao will. Jiang Changkong felt that his body had gained a hint of a unique aura. It was a very mysterious and profound aura, and he did not know what it was. Half a day later, the transformation stopped, and Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. Jiang Changkong, pinnacle immortal monarch, god monarch. 5th revolution mystic art. Initial success, 1/900,000. Acquired chaotic Tao form. Dishing 1/2, 7 million golden crow immortal sutra. Consummate, 1012500/1012500 essence, chi and spirit, 308,240. If there were more sinners left, his mystic art might also improve. The Holy Land could not eliminate sins. Feeling the mysterious aura in his body, Jiang Changkong looked at the 8th level and turned into light. The green light on the 8th level did not change again, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Changkong could not see anything strange, so he could only leave. When he returned to the 1st level, the 3 immortal kings had already brought everyone. Lu Qingxian said, Heaven God, all the living beings in the Holy Land, except for those from the Heavenly Palace, are here. Is there anything unusual about the Heavenly Palace? Jiang Changkong asked. Si Yunfan said solemnly, the influence of the Heavenly Palace is even stronger. The green light that the Heaven God left in our bodies almost dissipated, so we could only retreat. Jiang Changkong nodded and did not say anything more. He opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and began to enforce the law. The power of heaven quickly entered his account, and the immortals, evil demons, and celestial immortals and demons were all disappearing. Some of their cultivation levels were also decreasing, and some were not affected. They either did not have a big sin, or they did not do anything wrong. The power of heaven, 530,000. He was still a little short of a breakthrough in his mystic art. Jiang Changkong was a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. Did you find anything? No, there is no problem with the Tao Sound Palace and the Tao Techniques Palace. The problem should be in the Heavenly Palace, Si Yunfan said. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, I will strengthen the green light for you, and we will go to the Heavenly Palace together. The expressions of the three immortal kings became slightly solemn. They let go of their defense and let him strengthen the green light. The green light gushed out, condensed into Tao patterns, and entered the bodies of the three. The unique aura made the expressions of the three change at the same time. Connate divine pattern? Connate divine pattern. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. What does that mean? Connate divine pattern. When the connate gods cultivate their divine body to a certain level, they will have connate divine patterns. And the divine pattern you just had already had a trace of connate aura. Lu Qingxian explained, according to what you said, your strength should only be at the immortal lord level, but you can actually have connate divine patterns. There is another saying that connate divine patterns are the essence of the laws and the source of connate gods. Ji Yunxiao continued, every connate god, when they cultivate to a certain level, will have connate divine patterns. Even celestial emperors have them? Jiang Changkong asked. That depends on the celestial emperor. Those who have undergone metamorphosis may not have connate divine patterns, because they can only be regarded as ordinary connate divine bodies, and connate gods are born from heaven and earth, and themselves are the products of the laws. Si Yunfan said, Chapter 588. The innate divine inscription could generally only be practiced by innate gods. It represented the essence of the law. It was somewhat similar to the Tao patterns cultivated in the mortal world, but these divine inscriptions were stronger. His Tao patterns carried the star Great Tao, and these divine inscriptions were regarded as the essence of the Great Tao, one surface and one internal origin. After understanding, Jiang Changkong no longer asked and focused on the current problem. Let's go to the Palace of Heaven. The three immortal kings followed him to the Palace of Heaven. With the innate divine inscription, they were not afraid of the influence of the Palace of Heaven at all this time. Stepping into the Palace of Heaven, the invisible force surged again. The divine inscription in Jiang Changkong's body vibrated, releasing a trace of aura to dispel this force. Inside the Palace of Heaven, there were still 9 floors. However, these 9 floors were not easy to walk on. The stairs had all turned into long swords, divine swords with the aura of the law. If they wanted to go up, they had to climb up. There was no second possibility. Jiang Changkong mobilized his divine power, but found that the divine power in his body was imprisoned by an inexplicable force. Only the blue light was not affected, but it could not allow him to fly up. What about you? Jiang Changkong looked at the 3 immortal kings. Our strength is imprisoned. It should be another immortal formation. The 3 immortal kings said solemnly. Lu Qingxian continued, rumor has it that the Palace of Heaven is a bigger holy land. If you want to go up, you can only climb up. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and retreated. As soon as he left the Palace of Heaven, the divine power in his body was restored. There are no exits in other places. We have searched them all. Ji Yunxiao guessed. Our guess is that the bigger sacred land should be the immortal world outside. Lu Qingxian seemed to know what he was thinking and said, this place can't be destroyed. We have seen it from a distance. It is sealed up. We can't see the inside. Jiang Changkong stepped into the Palace of Heaven and looked up. A straight line led to the 9th floor. I can stand it. Can your immortal bodies hold up? Jiang Changkong asked. No problem. The 3 said confidently. Then let's go up and see what kind of monster it is. Jiang Changkong held the divine sword and climbed up. The divine sword was very sharp, equivalent to the peak of a mortal lord. Hiss! Jiang Changkong looked down and saw that it was the 3 celestial kings. Are your immortal bodies so fragile? Even a sword at the pinnacle of the heavenly high immortal realm can break through your defenses? The bodies of these 3 celestial kings were too fragile, which surprised him. Heavenly high immortal? Heavenly deity, this is clearly the peak of the immortal king stage. Ji Yunxiao frowned. The divine sword had already pierced into his skin. The peak of the immortal king stage? Jiang Changkong's facial expression changed slightly as he looked at the creature that was climbing in front of him. It was an intermediate divine immortal. The divine sword that he had come into contact with was only a medium 4th grade divine sword. This was based on one's own strength. Wait a minute. Jiang Changkong loosened his grip and fell down. The other 3 immortal kings hurriedly jumped down when they saw this. God of heaven, what's wrong? Lu Qingxian asked. Answer my question first. Are there any sages left in the immortal world? Jiang Changkong looked solemn. His cultivation was concealed by the means left behind by the heavenly emperor. Even the current heavens could not detect it. But here, it was actually revealed according to his true realm. Didn't that mean that the person who laid down the Holy Land was no weaker than the heavenly emperor? Sage? Impossible. There is absolutely no sage in the immortal world. Otherwise, it would have been unified long ago. The 3 of them said with certainty. Jiang Changkong frowned and pondered. Maybe I'm thinking too much. I'll take you up and see if we can succeed. The 3 of them looked at each other. We can try. Jiang Changkong first carried Lu Qingxian on his back and pressed his hands on the divine sword. He breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. It should be based on the cultivation of the person who comes into contact with the divine sword. You too. Wait for a while. I'll take him up first. Heavenly deity, be careful, the 2 celestial kings warned. Jiang Changkong nodded and quickly climbed up. Jiang Changkong did not care about the divine sword at the pinnacle of the heavenly high immortal realm, although it was tingling. But the acquired chaotic Tao body was powerful. Coupled with the formation of the innate divine inscriptions, it was impossible to break the defense. Jiang Changkong climbed almost in leaps and bounds and soon reached the 2nd floor. There were many living beings resting on the 2nd floor. Lu Qingxian glanced at the 2nd floor. Heavenly deity, there are patterns and words on the wall. Jiang Changkong took him into the 2nd floor and looked at the words and patterns. This is a kind of innate immortal text used in the ancient heavenly court period. Now, only some major forces have inherited it. Lu Qingxian looked at the immortal text and said, Emperor Hao Tian summoned the immortals and gathered the power of all races to create the sacred land. Emperor Hao Tian? How many things did the ancient heavenly court do? Research and experimental grounds. Was this sacred land also created by them? No wonder Emperor Hao Tian's means had no effect here. On the murals, it was the scene of them creating the sacred land. I'll go down and bring them up first. Jiang Changkong jumped down directly and brought up the 2 Penglai celestial kings. Emperor Hao Tian gathered the power of the mortal world to create the sacred land. Not to mention them, even celestial emperors and celestial supremes would probably be trapped inside. After the 3 celestial kings finished reading, they said, more information should be above. This is just the beginning. Jiang Changkong led them and climbed again. This time, in addition to the divine sword, there were also flames burning. The terrifying divine fire was enough to seriously injure those of the same level. Jiang Changkong also felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was no problem with his back, and the 3 celestial kings could withstand it. The 3rd floor was still information about creating the sacred land, which was of little value. They continued to climb. Divine fire, boiling oil, and all kinds of hardships. Jiang Changkong continued to climb up with them. His body was already covered with cuts and bruises, and gray blood dyed the divine sword gray. Until the 7th floor, Jiang Changkong's bones were exposed. For the first time, he regretted upgrading the Golden Crow immortal scripture and pulling up the realm. Is this considered a friendship of going through mountains of knives, seas of fire and pots of oil? Jiang Changkong lay on the 7th floor, panting violently. I suddenly remembered something. Ji Yunxiao suddenly said, "We don't know when our spatial equipment and resources disappeared." The 2 celestial kings were stunned. We were so focused on finding the exit that we forgot about this. Mine is still there, and I don't know about yours. Jiang Changkong shook his head and said, "But I can't use my power, and I can't take out the elixirs." We were careless. The heavenly God is resting, and we are not in a hurry. 900 years have passed, Lu Qingxian said. The 2 celestial kings also said with concern, "We are not in a hurry. If anything happens to the heavenly God, we will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Let's look at the information here first. I don't know what the final construction of the sacred land will be like when we reach the 7th floor," Jiang Changkong said with a smile. Lu Qingxian looked at the murals with a solemn expression. The city is built in the sacred land, peaceful, and the purification power of the heavenly law is added. Here, you will enjoy eternal happiness, carefree, and don't have to worry about anything. Fairy Flower Valley, Cultivation Divine Hall, Tao Sound Hall, Tao Law Hall, and Heavenly Law Hall were set up. Heavenly Law Hall? Where is the Heavenly Law Hall? Jiang Changkong's face darkened. Come to think of it, this is the so-called Heavenly Law Hall, which leads to a larger sacred land. Lu Qingxian said coldly and continued to read. The heavenly law does not care here, carefree and without fault. The heavenly law hall leads to the celestial world where the heavenly law is. Obviously, something has changed here, or it has been modified by someone. Chapter 589. The Haotian Emperor and the ancient gods created the real sacred land. Now, the so-called sacred land had become an evil place. It only had the power of the original sacred land, which could make people carefree, but it had been modified to absorb the power of living beings unknowingly. There should be the answer we want up there. Jiang Changkong carried them on his back and climbed up again. The higher they went, the stronger the power of the divine sword and the more serious Jiang Changkong's injuries were. Fortunately, the acquired chaotic Taoist body could still hold on. They climbed up to the 8th floor, where there were still many murals and primordial immortal text. Jiang Changkong went back and brought the 2 up to check together. These murals and immortal text were not erased. Lu Qingxian looked serious. The Haotian Emperor, an ancient god, created this place using the heavenly way. Heavenly way? No wonder it can affect us. Ji Yunxiao also looked at the immortal text. We can't resist the power of the heavenly way. Now this power is still here. The power of the heavenly way here has not dissipated. Si Yunfan said solemnly. Jiang Changkong frowned. But the heavenly way has not fully recovered. The sacred land should have lost its power at that time. Could it be that the heavenly way of the heavenly court has recovered and affected this place? The heavenly way did not manage this place. This is indeed the real sacred land and does not need to be managed by the heavenly way. But the heavenly way still uses its own power to affect this place. Lu Qingxian continued to look and suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, there is a sky fragment hidden here. Sky fragment. Jiang Changkong and the 2 Penglai immortal kings looked over together. In the murals, the Haotian Emperor buried a piece of sky under the Temple of Heaven. The existence of the sky fragment affects this place all the time. Even if the heavenly way has collapsed and has not recovered, it can still affect it. Lu Qingxian said in a deep voice. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. The heavenly way is so powerful. it can still affect it without recovering? Of course, the immortal palaces in the heavenly court were not built by the Sky Emperor and the others. Even if the sky has fallen asleep, the power that it unconsciously dissipates is still terrifying. Si Yunfan said. Jiang Changkong was shocked. Thinking about it, it made sense. The sky had never truly disappeared. This makes sense. With the influence of the power of the way of heaven, the person who transformed here could not erase this information. Lu Qingxian said. Jiang Changkong pondered. You can transform this place, but you can't erase the murals? The person who was transformed should have adapted to the transformation of this place and understood the heavens. But these palaces were basically built by the Haotian Emperor and the ancient immortals. Ji Yunxiao analyzed. Jiang Changkong understood. The modified humans could only comply with the heavens' modifications, but they could not destroy the heavenly emperor and the others' methods, unless the power of the heavens was willing, or the other party's strength surpassed that of the heavenly emperor and the others. Those plants outside, the means left behind by the immortal gods, should not be strong, which was why they changed. As for the heavenly Tao Palace, because it had the power of the heavenly Tao, the other party understood the heavens and was able to transform it. There is actually someone who is so familiar with the power of heaven. What a surprise! After reading all the information, Jiang Changkong's expression turned solemn. The heavenly Tao had long since slumbered and had only awakened recently. As for them, they had been here for 900 years. This place had been transformed a long time ago. Let's go to the 9th floor. Jiang Changkong stood up and once again led Lu Qingxian to climb the 9th floor. The 9th floor was a large platform. The light outside was dazzling and the sun was high in the sky. The immortal realm. Jiang Changkong hurriedly sped up and reached the 9th floor. Buzz! The blazing sun suddenly shook, turned into a divine light, and slashed down. Is there another person who can't wait to become an elixir of life? A cold voice sounded, and the dazzling light shrank, the light dimmed, and a huge space appeared. The divine light that slashed down dissipated as soon as it touched the climbing divine sword. Don't worry, when they come up, they will naturally jump into the alchemy furnace by themselves. An old voice sounded. Bang! Jiang Changkong took Lu Qingxian and fell into the 9th floor. It was not the immortal realm at all. In the blazing sun, a figure was hidden. 10 immortals, dressed in golden armor and holding long spears, stared at them coldly. An old man, sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, shook his fan and raised the furnace fire. Your sacred land is there. Go quickly. An immortal in golden armor pointed to the alchemy furnace. He actually carried one up. The transformation of this sacred land is really powerful, so selfless. An immortal sighed. Are you guys done? A cold voice sounded. Lu Qingxian slowly got up. The green light shone, and countless branches spread out. A group of evil creatures. How dare you plot against me? You hold on. I will go down and bring them up. Jiang Changkong directly held the divine sword, ignored the pain, and quickly climbed down. You are not affected? The peak of the immortal king. The 10 immortals' faces changed dramatically, and the old man sitting cross-legged also stood up, looking at Lu Qingxian in shock. Rumble! The blazing sun hanging high in the sky vibrated, and the figure hidden in it trembled violently. You evil creatures, you can wait for death. He was shocked and angry, looked at the alchemy furnace, and directly whipped out a branch. Lu Qingxian had not lost his mind. These people must be guilty, and he wanted to leave them for Jiang Changkong. Boom! A violent force vibrated, and the old man shook off the branch with a sword light, his whole body exuding a terrifying aura. The peak of the immortal king? Lu Qingxuan's face changed slightly. He did not see that this old man was actually also a peak immortal king. Ah, I thought that this time I could easily get another immortal king golden pill. I didn't expect that I would have to do it myself. A trace of coldness appeared on the old man's face. His killing intent swept across, and the immortal king's law suppressed the void. Rumble. The blazing sun hanging high in the sky vibrated, and the figure became clearer and clearer. Rays of dazzling light shone in all directions. Lu Qingxuan's face froze. The aura of the figure in the sun was no weaker than his. Two peak immortal kings. The 10 immortals retreated. The battle of the peak immortal king was not something they could participate in. Rumble. The law clashed, the green light, the golden sword light. The two forces surged in the space of the 9th floor. Climbing the passage, there was an invisible influence of the heavenly law. No matter how powerful they were, the aftermath dissipated as soon as it touched the sky. Lu Qingxuan's body changed. There were countless roots. The trunk reached the sky, and the willow branches hung down, smashing the sword light. It turns out to be a willow tree immortal king. Not bad, it's just right for refining. The old man sneered. The killing intent on his face became more and more intense, and the divine sword in his hand bloomed with the power of the immortal king path. The divine sword broke through the sky. The sword light covered the sky like an endless sword river. The willow tree swayed, the branches tore the void, and the leaves were like sleeves, trembling, containing great power. The sword river that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly dissipated into the leaves. Sleeve universe technique? The old man's face instantly changed. Good eyesight, I'll return it to you. With a sneer, the branches shook, and the overwhelming sword river appeared again. But this time the target was the old man. Come out. This is a disciple of the Zhanyuan celestial sect, a bit difficult to deal with. The old man looked gloomy and shouted. Buzz. Inside the blazing sun, the figure that was gradually becoming clearer stepped out at this moment, with a head of fiery red hair and a fiery red robe. Chapter 590. Zhanyuan Celestial Sect. What a pity. You shouldn't have come here. The fiery red figure sighed softly, and the blazing sun in the sky turned into a flaming spear. Heavenly Court's fire virtue, immortal king. I never thought that this evil land was actually your heavenly court's doing. The willow tree shook. Lu Qingxian was shocked and immediately understood. To be able to modify this place, one needed to understand the power of heaven. But now, apart from the celestial emperor of the heavenly court, who else could be said to understand the power of heaven and the heavenly Tao? The lords of the celestial court, God court, and demon court knew about it, but they were not here. Coupled with the appearance of fire virtue immortal king, this was clearly the doing of the heavenly court. Knowing this will only make your death worse. The old man uttered coldly as thousands of golden sword rays appeared in the air, emitting a destructive aura. Fire virtue immortal kings, spears swept out, and divine flames surged into the sky. Boom! The branch broke. The sleeve universe contained the divine might of two great celestial kings, but because it was not strong enough, it was a little difficult to bear. The willow tree quickly retreated, and the divine light followed closely behind. Two peak stage immortal kings exuded boundless king might, shaking the entire space. Accept your fate! With an angry roar, the two immortal kings suppressed Lu Qingxian. Branches and leaves flew and green blood spilled. The laws collided, and the aftermath of the laws swept out, causing ripples to appear in the void. The 10 immortals in the distance retreated frantically and watched the exchange of blows in horror. The 3 peak kings started fighting. As the power of their laws spread, little worlds were destroyed and reborn. Jade Green World, Flame World, Golden World. The pinnacle of the celestial king tier could already be said to be the limit of the laws. With another step, one would be able to come into contact with the essence of the laws. They were like worlds of laws, true kings of the immortal Tao. Boom! The willow tree was sent flying, and the power of the laws surged over. Fire virtue immortal king's immortal spear released boundless godly might. Although the heaven and earth sleeve technique is amazing, You haven't mastered it to perfection. The heaven and earth in the sleeve was Zhen Yuanzi's great magical power. Unfortunately, Lu Qingxian was only at the peak of the Immortal King peak and could only understand the surface of it. Even so, it's enough to kill you. Lu Qingxian sneered. What a joke! Right now, it's difficult for you to even survive. The two Immortal Kings scoffed. Patter, fire, virtue, Immortal King. The 10 immortals exclaimed. Fire, virtue, Immortal King frowned and was about to say something when a powerful aura appeared behind him. Patter dressed in a long robe, he pointed his finger like a sword and said, "He's talking about me!" There's another one. The faces of the fire, virtue, Immortal King and the old man changed at the same time. They turned their heads and saw a young man emanating traces of sword intent. Even though they were at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, they still felt fear in the face of this person. That inextinguishable sword intent and the unconcealable sword Tao made people's eyes hurt, making them unable to look straight at him. Peng Lai Yen Yun Fan. Saying this indifferently, Yun Fan waved his finger and slashed out a sword light. The sword radiance gradually enlarged from its tiny size until it became bigger and bigger. It was like a heaven-splitting divine sword, but it also looked like a world of swordsmanship. Fire, virtue, Immortal King's expression sank as he swept out his spear to meet the sword light. The old man wanted to help, but Lu Qingxian activated the heaven and earth sleeve again, and the power of the law enveloped the old man. I said to kill you. Don't even think about becoming someone else's prey. Boom! The sword light slashed down, and Fire, Virtue, Immortal King was sent flying. He coughed out blood and looked at Lei Yunfan in shock. They were both at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, but Peng Lai's Lei Yunfan was stronger than him, and Lu Qingxian was also stronger than the old man. There was no longer any suspense in the battle above. Jiang Chongkong ignored his injuries and went down again, bringing Ji Yunxiao up with him. However, before going down this time, he first left the passage to recover his divine power and took a healing pill. Lao Juan's products were definitely top quality. Once he left the passage, he would be able to recover his strength. Jiang Chongkong's injuries recovered, and he went down again at a much faster speed. In just a moment, he had already reached the 8th level, and Ji Yunxiao was on his back. The battle above will almost be over by the time we go up, Jiang Chongkong said as he climbed. If there is a chance, go to Peng Lai as a guest. I will definitely return the favor I owe you, Ji Yunxiao said. I am now a target of the Heavenly Court's pursuit. Jiang Chongkong grinned. Peng Lai cultivators themselves. Aren't they afraid of trouble? The Heavenly Court has already offended Peng Lai. Ji Yunxiao snorted coldly and said in an overbearing manner, Peng Lai will definitely return this matter 100 times over. This was Peng Lai. If one did not offend them, they would not care about anything. Once offended, they would return it 100 times over. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, If it is possible, help me take care of EC. It will be a return of the favor. Sure, I will help you take care of EC. Ji Yunxiao agreed, then said, You saved me and senior brother 2 favors. I will owe you the remaining one. Maybe one day, when I really have nowhere else to go, I will go to you for help, Jiang Chongkong said. All right, Ji Yunxiao said. Jiang Chongkong hesitated. Maybe I do not need this favor. I will catch up to you very soon. He did not need to hide his improvement. The power of heaven could speed up his improvement. Then you have to enforce the law more. After this, senior brother and I will return to Peng Lai to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Your foundation can transform into an 8? Jiang Chongkong said in surprise. Peng Lai's foundation is enough. You can use this favor here, Ji Yunxiao said. Without a vast amount of power of heaven, the heavenly Tao will not allow you to use the heaven to reverse the acquired and transform into an 8. Jiang Chongkong looked up and said, We are here. Even if the heaven did not allow it, his ability to upgrade was enough. He had already obtained the acquired, chaotic Tao body but he still could not upgrade to the innate divine body? Ji Yunxiao stepped into the 9th level. The immortal power in her body was no longer restrained, and the might of an immortal king rose. The fire virtue immortal king and the old man were already retreating. Ji Yunxiao joined the battle, speeding up their defeat. Jiang Changkong looked at the 10 immortals. Ha! There are actually 10 immortals here. What a surprise. Don't come over. The expressions of the 10 immortals changed drastically, and they retreated in fear. The heavenly book has decided. 10 immortals, go on your way. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, and the heavenly eye between his brows opened, covering the 10 immortals. You are the heavenly god of justice. The 2 immortal kings looked at Jiang Changkong at the same time. Thank you for your attention. 2 immortal kings, it will be your turn later. Jiang Changkong sneered and searched the souls of the 10 immortals. Boom! The 10 immortals exploded, and their divine souls were already planted with restrictions. Go! The fire virtue immortal king shouted angrily, and he slammed his palm on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked, swallowing him and the old man. The attacks of the 3 immortal kings followed closely, but they bombarded the ground, unable to move it. Did they fall down? Lu Qingxian frowned. Did they enter the Holy Land? Jiang Changkong thought for a while and said, They are waiting here, but they do not seem to know that you 3 immortal kings are here. I am afraid they cannot resist the power of the Holy Land. If they can, they should directly capture them from the Holy Land, Ji Yunxiao analyzed. The 3 looked up, and the immortal king laws rushed over, but it was also difficult to move. Did they enter the exit of this place? Jiang Changkong looked up at the sky, and then looked at the 10 immortals. Their bodies had turned into ashes, but a small stone fell from each of them. Seeing that the 2 immortal kings had escaped, he directly came over and only saw them now. Chapter 591. The stone was golden, and there was a trace of the power of heaven in it. Jiang Changkong held the stone in his hand and unleashed his divine power. Boom! The floor still did not respond, and the divine power dissipated. Is it not the stone's problem? Jiang Changkong frowned. Try other places, Lu Qingxian said, and the celestial light radiated out. Jiang Changkong nodded, and the divine power of chaos spread out. The stone in his hand released a trace of power, and the power of heaven flowed out. Crack! A slab cracked, and a passage was revealed. It's really the stone's problem. I didn't take the stone, so I can't open it, Lu Qingxian said. 2 each, take it first. Jiang Changkong took out the stone and handed it to them. He took 4 and jumped into the pit first. The 3 hurriedly pulled him down. Don't be so impulsive, you are no match for them. Thank you. Jiang Changkong thanked them and had already reached the bottom of the pit. There was a wide space, and all kinds of smells and celestial lights filled the air. The aura of all kinds of laws blended in the underground space and gathered into one. Jiang Changkong looked over, and it was a huge blood pool, and the blood of different immortals gathered in it. Among them was his blood of chaos. This is the blood absorbed by the vines? Lu Qingxian said solemnly. There's also blood from climbing. Jiang Changkong walked forward, and his expression was cold. The heavenly court is a mess. The heavenly law is not here, and there are no restraints. Ji Yunxiao sighed. Lu Qingxian patted him on the shoulder. So, the important task of saving the celestial world will be handed over to the heavenly god of justice. Ahem, you really think highly of me. Jiang Changkong coughed twice. Save the celestial world? Stop it, I'm being chased like a dog now. You are the one chosen by the heavenly law to enforce the law on behalf of the heavenly law. Ji Yunxiao smiled. The task of the heavenly god of justice is difficult. Work hard. Those 2 are gone. Ji Yunfan looked around, and a sword light slashed forward. Boom! The void tore apart, and a tunnel appeared. It was a valley. These will also dissipate. Lu Qingxian waved his hand, and the immortal blood dissipated. Go, Buzz! Just as Jiang Changkong was about to leave, an invisible force enveloped him, and a palm-sized jade fragment floated to his side. The dense aura of heaven was hidden within the jade slip. The jade slip was engraved with countless profound runes that seemed to contain boundless great Daos. Profound, mysterious, ethereal, all sorts of auras intertwined with one another, strange and mysterious. Could it be that this is the heavenly Tao fragment? Lu Qingxian asked curiously. Jiang Changkong held the jade slip. It's possible, but I'm not sure. While pondering, Jiang Changkong released the aura of his immortal title and immortal record. The jade slip vibrated and directly entered his body. His immortal title and immortal record shrunk under the jade piece at the same time, including the incomplete immortal title given by the Demon Emperor. Nothing special. Jiang Changkong sighed, a little disappointed. It seems like the heavenly god of justice is really favored by the heavenly Tao. The three of them smiled and entered the passage. Favored by the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao wanted to kill him. Why would it favor him? Jiang Changkong was puzzled why the heavenly Tao favored him. However, there was no time to think about this now. He had to leave here first. Walking out of the passage, it was still the same valley. I'm finally out. I've been trapped for 900 years. Lu Qingxian breathed in the immortal qi of the immortal world and sighed. We are also going back to Penglai, Lu Qingxian, heavenly god of justice. Penglai is always open for you. The two cupped their hands. Goodbye. Jiang Changkong and Lu Qingxian cupped their hands and bowed. The two immortal kings turned into light and left. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, Follow me to the Zhenyuan celestial sect. I wanted to go, but I want to settle a score first. Jiang Changkong said. Lu Qingxuan's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, Ziwei, heavenly king! I can't afford to provoke Ziwei, but I can try the Sky River immortal king. Jiang Changkong sneered. Before that, I have to retreat and break through the Xianqi. Let's leave here first and find a place to retreat. Lu Qingxian led him away. After all, this was the heavenly court's doing. The two peak immortal kings had escaped, and the heavenly court would soon send troops over. The two immortal kings from Penglai had already left. They alone could not resist the heavenly court's pursuit. The two fled far away, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Holy Land, found a cave and stopped. Lu Qingxian went outside the cave to protect them. Jiang Changkong looked at his essence, qi and spirit. It was a little over 940,000. Laying down a layer of chaotic power, Jiang Changkong began to improve his xianqi. The law of chaos transformed again, and he stepped into the late immortal Lord stage. Buzz! The jade piece in his body suddenly vibrated, releasing an invisible force that filled Jiang Changkong's whole body. All kinds of profound meanings of the law of chaos and all kinds of insights surged into his mind. Before Jiang Changkong was shocked, he seemed to see endless chaos. That was the law of chaos. In addition to the law of chaos, there was also the sun, the moon, the white cloud, the heavenly blade of death. He saw the laws he cultivated fusing into a law of chaos that belonged to him. The power of heaven fluctuated, and a stream of information was transmitted into Jiang Changkong's mind. Back in the Holy Land, a middle-aged immortal stayed in it for 1,000 years and left. After leaving, not many years later, the immortal returned. The immortal scattered the seeds of the blood-sucking vines in the Holy Land, took away all the immortal stones, and replaced them with the heads and corpses of the creatures in the Holy Land. The immortal reascended the Temple of Heaven and renamed it the Temple of Heaven. It used to be like the other temples, a temple that ascended by stepping on the stairs. It was transformed by the immortal into a passage that required one to climb through mountains of knives and seas of fire and go through all kinds of hardships. After that, the immortal used the passage to leave, opened up an underground space, and created a blood pool. Then he arranged for 2 immortal kings and 10 immortals to guard this place. This immortal was the master of the heavenly court, the celestial Darch. Over the years, this place had provided countless resources for the heavenly court. Similarly, over the years, countless creatures had died. The original Holy Land had become an evil land. The pure land created by the heavenly emperor was completely destroyed. This time, when he brought out the heavenly Tao fragment, the Holy Land would also collapse. Of course, it would not collapse immediately. The power of the heavenly Tao still remained, and it could still last for a period of time. The celestial world still needs a reshuffle. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. His transformation had been completed, and it had only been 15 minutes. The heavenly Tao fragment had enhanced his transformation. What the celestial Darch had done, the other 2 celestial thearchs and the demon emperor would not be much better. In comparison, Jiang Changkong felt that he at least had a bit of conscience and a bit of integrity. But the celestial thearch's table manners were too ugly, and he did not care about integrity at all. No matter what place it was, as long as it could become his resource land, he would make a move. Although strength could decide everything and do whatever he wanted. But Jiang Changkong looked down on this kind of person. He would not even let go of things that he could not use. He did not even bother to look at things that he could not use. The heavenly Tao fragment originally wanted to follow the celestial Darch, but after seeing what the celestial Darch had done, the heavenly Tao fragment did not appear in the end and only recorded everything. I wonder if the celestial Darch will die of anger if he knows this. Chapter 592. Jiang Changkong, Peak Immortal, Divine Lord. 5 Revolutions, Mysterious Skill. Desheng 1/2. 7 million acquired Chaotic Tao Body. Desheng 1/2. 7 million Golden Crow Immortal Scripture. Complete. 10125000/10125000 Essence. Qi and Spirit. For 9340 in, she came out so soon? Lu Qingxian was a little surprised. Jiang Changkong's retreat this time was too fast. With the help of the power of heaven, it's faster. Jiang Changkong did not hide it. Heaven could explain everything. In the eyes of all living beings in the immortal world, the heavenly way was omnipotent. Lu Qingxian suddenly understood and said with slight envy, "This speed of improvement is really beyond compare. It's you who refuse to rely on the power of heaven." Jiang Changkong laughed. "We are pursuing the long term." Lu Qingxian said, paused, and then said, "I have asked the sect. The heavenly court has united many forces this time to put you on the wanted list." "How many forces?" Jiang Changkong asked calmly. Lu Qingxian said solemnly, "Probably except for the East Sea, our 2 immortal sects are all your enemies." "So I have nowhere to go?" Jiang Changkong smiled and said, self-deprecatingly, "I'm just an immortal master. It's really troublesome for the heavenly court. I advise you not to touch the Sky River Immortal King now." Lu Qingxian played with the jade token and said in a low voice, "The Sky River Immortal King has recently been following the Pajuan Immortal King and other immortal kings. It's really tricky if you want to touch him. I'm afraid you'll have to pay with your life." Jiang Changkong frowned. "One more thing. The Zhanyuan Celestial Sect is recalling its disciples and is planning to close the mountain." Lu Qingxuan's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. "Close the mountain? Why?" Jiang Changkong was puzzled. "As far as I know, you're not afraid of the heavenly court. We don't want to get involved too much. The return of the heavenly way is bound to be a reshuffle, and there will be countless killings." Lu Qingxian explained, "The Zhanyuan Celestial Sect has contributed to the heavens. Closing the mountain is the best choice." Jiang Changkong was silent. The Zhanyuan Celestial Sect closed its doors. The disciples of the Zhanyuan Celestial Sect would only come out when the immortal world was reshuffled and the heavenly Tao ruled the immortal world again. However, he would never be as free as he was now. They would seclude themselves from the world and become a secluded sect that was under the control of the heavenly Tao but would not interfere with the matters of the immortal world. What about Peng Lai? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Qingxian said, same, but you can rest assured that Ji Yun Xiao will take care of Dong Hai. So, I can't go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect? Jiang Changkong sighed. Lu Qingxian shook his head gently. No, there is still some time before the mountain is closed. The sect's disciples are scattered all over the immortal world, so it's impossible for them all to return in a short time. Since the Zhanyuan celestial sect has decided to seal their sect, I'd better not disturb them. Jiang Changkong shook his head. The sect has a special passage that can allow you to leave the lands ruled by the heavenly court. You can go to the immortal court or the god court. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. With the speed of improvement of the power of heaven, it won't take long for you to come back. Jiang Changkong pondered whether it was appropriate to leave the lands ruled by the heavenly court now. Dong Hai had the deputy body and the demon race, as well as Peng Lai to take care of him, so there should be no problem for the time being. It was obvious that he could not survive in the lands ruled by the heavenly court. Everyone wanted to beat him up, and he was just a rat crossing the street. Thinking of this, he was a little tempted. Where is it appropriate to go? The god court, Lu Qingxian whispered. Please advise. Jiang Changkong bowed slightly. In his opinion, the immortal court and the god court should be similar. Lu Qingxian pointed out that there should be something special about the god court, otherwise he would go to any one of them. The conflict between the god court and the heavenly court is the biggest. If it is the immortal court, there is a 30% chance that they will suppress you because of the celestial emperor's promise. Then there is only a 10% chance that the celestial court will agree to the celestial emperor's request and deal with you. Lu Qingxian explained. Jiang Changkong nodded and asked, Does the Zhenyuan celestial sect know the current situation of the god court? Have they opened the heavenly path? The recovery of the heavenly path was very important. If it had not been opened, he would go over and shout that the god court would unify the world. He did not know if it would be possible to help them open it. If it was opened, would a heavenly god of justice appear, and he would cross the boundary to snatch business? Although he was confident in his strength, who knew if it would be a heavenly king of justice or an emperor? I have to go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. I don't know now, so I didn't ask too much, Lu Qingxian said. Are you sure that I won't cause trouble for the Zhanyuan celestial sect? We're not afraid of trouble. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Lu Qingxian took him directly to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. Jiang Changkong said cautiously, It's better to be safe. The heavenly court is likely to be waiting for us on the way. It's okay. Let's be careful, Lu Qingxian said. Jiang Changkong and Lu Qingxian flew quickly, like two long rainbows, across the sky. At our speed, how long will it take to get to the Zhanyuan celestial sect? Jiang Changkong asked. Although he had seen the map, he was a little uncertain about Lu Qingxuan's speed now. If nothing goes wrong with my speed, it won't even take a day, Lu Qingxian said proudly. With Lu Qingxuan's speed, even if Jiang Changkong used the chaotic golden body, he could only eat the dust behind him. However, in order to guard against the pursuit of the heavenly court, he reserved his strength and did not dare to consume too much energy, so his speed was reduced a lot. 2 hours later, the two flew over thousands of mountains and rivers and escaped hundreds of millions of miles away. In the vast world, countless immortals below were surpassed by them. Take this. Lu Qingxian took out a green jade pendant and handed it to Jiang Changkong. If we really encounter the pursuit of the heavenly court later, and I can't stop them, you can crush it. What's the use of this? Jiang Changkong looked at the jade pendant and sensed that there was a special and terrifying power in it. Lu Qingxian smiled with a hint of mystery. Have you heard of the hollow willow? Hollow willow. Jiang Changkong was stunned and said, The mixed essence saint. Lu Qingxian was surprised. You really know? TSK, I wonder if you have ascended from the mortal world and if there is an old antique behind you. If there is, Do you think the heavenly court will still pursue me? Jiang Changkong sighed. That's hard to say. Lu Qingxian laughed. The disciples of the big sects will not report their sect when they go out, just like me. Tell me about the use of this thing, Jiang Changkong urged. This thing contains a trace of the power of space and was left by the hollow willow. After crushing it, you can teleport out, Lu Qingxian whispered. Not to mention the immortal king. Even the immortal primes can't catch you. How can you give me such a good thing? Jiang Changkong shook his head and handed it to him. You keep it for yourself. Take it, you can't use it this time, but you can use it when you go to the heavenly court in the future. Lu Qingxian waved his hand and said, My identity is the greatest guarantee I don't need this thing. Thank you. Jiang Changkong no longer stood on ceremony and accepted the jade pendant, which was equivalent to a life-saving talisman. Although he brought him out of the Holy Land, without them, he would not be the opponent of the two immortal kings of the heavenly court. This time he owed them a favor. When he had the strength in the future, he would take care of the Zhenyuan celestial sect, and at the same time he could also cooperate with the celestial sect so that his mortal friends would have a good place to go. There is only one piece of this thing. Don't use it unless it's a last resort. Chapter 593. On the way to Zhenyuan's celestial sect, two rays of light streaked across the sky like comets. The stars in the sky shone brightly, releasing rays of starlight. Even though it was daytime, one could still clearly see the dazzling stars in the sky. The starlight released rays of brilliance, fell down, and disappeared into the sky. After flying for another 2 hours, Lu Qingxian stopped and looked dignified. Is there a problem? Jiang Changkong mobilized the chaotic divine power in his body. The law of chaos and the divine inscriptions were vibrating. Heavenly cycle stars formation. Lu Qingxian looked up at the sky, his eyes glowing with green immortal light. Mysterious divine inscriptions appeared in Jiang Changkong's eyes as he peered into the void. In the void, the endless immortal qi, combined with the endless power of the stars, outlined a mysterious immortal formation. He had seen the heavenly cycle stars formation in the mortal world. However, that was in the mortal world. It could only be regarded as a mortal level formation, and it was incomplete. Now, this was an immortal level formation, and the stars in the sky were also immortal level stars. The power released by the stars, even an ordinary immortal king, would probably be suppressed. The immortal formation had not yet erupted and was still lurking. If they waited for them to go in and the formation erupted, they would really be caught in a trap. Let's go in another direction. Lu Qingxian thought about it and planned to bypass the heavenly cycle stars formation. Jiang Changkong followed him closely. The two peeped at the formation and took a detour. Half a day later, the two stopped with an ugly face. The scope of the formation was too wide, as if it was endless. They flew for half a day and still could not see the end. Jiang Changkong looked at the sky and said, It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest first. All right. Lu Qingxian nodded and entered the mountains below with him. Sitting down on a big tree, Lu Qingxian took out the jade token and contacted Zhenyuan celestial sect. Jiang Changkong stood aside, waiting for his news. Half an hour later, Lu Qingxuan's face was extremely ugly. What's wrong? Jiang Changkong asked. The heavenly court went to Zhenyuan celestial sect. Lu Qingxian said solemnly they made an agreement with the celestial sect. What agreement? Jiang Changkong looked at the sky and guessed. Is it related to that formation? The deal is that if you can reach the Zhenyuan celestial sect, you won't be troubled as long as you're within 100 million miles of the sect. The immortal sect cannot interfere in this matter. Only I can help you. For my safety, the heavenly court guarantees that they will not harm me. Lu Qingxian did not hide it and told the truth. Although the Zhenyuan immortal sect was powerful, the heavenly court was not easy to deal with. The heavenly court already knew that Jiang Changkong had been hanging out with the disciples of the Zhenyuan celestial sect during this period of time. If it was a disciple of an immortal like Lu Xianfeng, the heavenly court wouldn't care. But Lu Qingxian was different. He was a peak celestial king. A celestial king at the peak of the celestial king stage, who also knew the heaven and earth sleeve divine ability, would find it hard to find an opponent in the same cultivation level as him. This kind of disciple was extremely important in the Zhanyuan celestial sect. Once Lu Qingxian sent a message, the powerful figures of Zhanyuan celestial sect were likely to take action. In order to avoid such trouble, the heavenly courts could only look for the Zhanyuan immortal sect first. In order to ensure Lu Qingxuan's safety, even if Lu Qingxian helped Jiang Changkong, they did not care, which could be considered giving face to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. In this case, the Zhanyuan celestial sect could not disrespect the heavenly courts. I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. Give me a map to the heavenly court. I'll go there directly, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Qingxian said in a deep voice, "Can you cross the North Sea?" The North Sea is very terrifying now. Only the protection of the Celestial Emperor can cross the North Sea. If he wanted to go to the heavenly court, he had to cross the North Sea. The three seas had become a dead zone. There was only monstrous, murderous intent and terrifying danger. With Jiang Changkong's current strength, it was almost a pipe dream to cross the North Sea and reach the heavenly court. The Dead Sea is so powerful. Jiang Changkong frowned. Although he knew that the Dead Sea was dangerous, he did not expect that even the Celestial King could not cross it and needed the protection of the Celestial Emperor. Generally speaking, the real Dead Sea is not very powerful, and immortals can barely survive. But it's different now, including the East Sea. There are too many mysteries. A trace of fear flashed in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. Maybe it's because the ancient dragon clan left too many secrets. Once the Dragon King died, the entire North Sea turned into a dead zone. How did the Dragon King of the three seas die? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Qingxian shook his head. I don't know, but I advise you not to cross the North Sea by yourself. Jiang Changkong was silent for a moment and asked, What about Peng Lai? What do you think? Lu Qingxian asked. Jiang Changkong did not speak. If he could not go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect, going to Peng Lai was his second choice. Someone from the heavenly courts must have gone to Peng Lai. Should I create a clone to attract their attention? It won't work. The heavenly courts must have guessed that you want to court them. Why don't we stay here and kill our way to the lair of the Sky River Celestial King? Jiang Changkong suggested. How much do you hate the Sky River Celestial King? Lu Qingxian was so angry that he laughed. At this time, Jiang Changkong still wanted to kill the Sky River Celestial King. Jiang Changkong frowned and sighed, burrow into the ground. The stars in the sky also cover the earth. The heavenly courts really left me with no way out. Jiang Changkong sneered. One day, he would fight his way up to the heavenly courts. Moreover, this day would not be too long, he promised. Go back by yourself and help me attract attention. Jiang Changkong said. What do you want to do? Lu Qingxian frowned. Without me, you can't resist even a celestial king. You just help me attract attention. I can hide myself, and disguise myself so that the heavenly courts can't see through me. Jiang Changkong pondered. Besides, don't I still have the jade pendant you gave me? This method works. Then let's do it this way. Lu Qingxian thought and agreed. Jiang Changkong nodded. First, ask if the Sky River Celestial King is in the Sky River Celestial Kingdom now. Lu Qingxian, you still want to kill him? In the face of Jiang Changkong's persistence, Lu Qingxian really couldn't understand. How much damage did the Sky River Celestial King cause to you that you still want to kill him now? He asked and got the news the Sky River Celestial King is in this heavenly cycle stars formation. This guy can hide. Jiang Changkong gritted his teeth. Now, according to the method we discussed, you and my incarnation will go together. I will disguise myself. After creating an incarnation, Lu Qingxian was amazed. "This incarnation of yours, what is it that I can't see through it?" "Just a little trick. Rest for a while, then we will act." Jiang Changkong did not explain much, took a healing pill, and recovered his divine power. Now, one pill was not enough for the Grand Supreme Elder. After all, his current combat power was comparable to the early Celestial King, and the divine power in his body was unbelievably strong, far beyond the Celestial Lord realm. Although the Grand Supreme Elder's pills were magical, they were only at the peak of the 5th grade, not beyond that. After recovering his divine power, watching the incarnation and Lu Qingxian leave, Jiang Changkong's figure disappeared. He did not go in the direction of the Zhanyuan celestial sect, but in the direction of return. He knew that it was a trap, but he still jumped into it. He was really stupid. "Sky River Celestial King, I will go to your lair again. If there is anything good, I will accept it." Chapter 594. Now, the Celestial Court was waiting for him at the Immortal Sect of Suppressing and the Penglai Immortal Sect. Aside from the Sky River Immortal King, the Immortal Kings of other immortal sects had all rushed over. The Celestial Court had decreed that he was wanted across all lands ruled by the Celestial Court. Aside from the 2 immortal sects, almost no one dared to help him. But now, the 2 immortal sects could not help him on their own, and he could only rely on himself. Jiang Changkong chose the shortest route this time, and was just as cautious along the way. In just one day and one night, Jiang Changkong had returned to the Sky River Immortal Kingdom. His chaotic divine energy spread toward the palace. Tianhe City had been rebuilt, but the treasury of the Imperial Palace was empty. The Sky River Immortal King had directly taken everything away. His chaotic divine energy filled the entire Sky River City. He found an immortal and began to search his soul. The Sky River Immortal King had led the remaining 2 immortal generals and the other immortal generals to surround him. There were only 17 immortals left in the Sky River Immortal Kingdom, keeping watch over each city. "Immortal," Jiang Changkong muttered. The heavenly scroll judged within his body and directly killed that immortal. With a single step, he traversed billions of kilometers and headed toward the next city. Even if there were no immortal generals or treasure vaults, it was the same for immortals. The distance between cities was no longer a distance for him. It was just a matter of a few steps. In less than an hour, all 17 immortals had been dealt with. Jiang Changkong headed straight for the Great Wilderness Celestial Kingdom. The sky was slightly bright when Jiang Changkong entered a city of the Great Wilderness Celestial Kingdom. His chaotic divine energy spread as he found the immortal guarding the place. The Great Wilderness Celestial King is still in the capital. Jiang Changkong was taken aback. He did not expect the Great Wilderness Celestial King to not go. According to the immortal's memories, the Great Wilderness Celestial King had only sent his immortal generals and some of the immortals to the Celestial Court. There were already many immortal kings going this time, and he was not needed at all. Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry to go to the Great Wilderness Celestial Kingdom's capital, and instead wandered around the other cities. Immortals were not around, but immortals were still a good harvest. 2 hours later, Jiang Changkong dealt with another 20 deities. Among them, 18 were sentenced to death and 2 were demoted to heavenly immortals. After cleaning up these small fries, Jiang Changkong arrived at the great desolate empire's capital. The Great Wilderness Immortal King was in the palace. He contacted the Sky River Immortal King with a jade token to ask about the progress of the matter. "That Jiang Changkong hasn't appeared yet. However, we've blocked his path. He won't be able to hide for long," Sky River Immortal Monarch said coldly. The Great Wilderness Immortal King said indifferently, "What if he hides?" "Don't worry. The Heavenly Court has united all the major forces. No matter how good he is at hiding, he won't be able to hide for long." The Sky River Immortal Monarch sneered. "This heavenly god of justice has completely angered the Celestial Dharch. The Celestial Dharch must take him down at all costs." Celestial Darch personally gave the order this time. Great Wilderness, Celestial King's expression changed. Celestial Darch, aren't you afraid of the backlash from the power of heaven? I'm not sure. All I know is that this heavenly justice god broke the celestial Thearchus technique in the Holy Land. The Sky River Immortal Monarch replied. Jiang Changkong, who was hiding in the dark, felt a chill in his heart. Was it about the Holy Land? It seemed like the Celestial Darch already knew that he had taken away the heavenly Tao fragment. Although there were still remnants of the power of heaven in the Holy Land, how could that little bit of power hide from the Celestial Darch? During these past few years, the Celestial Darch had most likely tried everything he could to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment in the Holy Land, but he had never succeeded. Now that the heavenly Tao fragment had disappeared, the Celestial Darch would definitely suspect him. In order to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, it was worth it to suffer a backlash. The Celestial Darch would be able to obtain even more after obtaining the heavenly Tao fragment. There's a situation. That heavenly justice god has appeared. I'm going to kill him. The Sky River Immortal Monarch hung up. Just what is in the Holy Land that the Celestial Darch would risk the backlash of the power of heaven to kill the heavenly justice god? The Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch put away the jade badge and began to ponder with furrowed brows. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless giant appeared before him. Azure light filled the sky, and profound divine patterns surged through the air. I'll tell you what it is. A cold voice sounded as a mysterious light of creation slashed toward the Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch. Jiang Changkong? The Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch's expression shifted as he raised a spear in front of him. Rumble. The palace collapsed, and the light of creation slashed down. The spear buzzed, and a crack appeared on it. The blood of the Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch fell, and the earth cracked. The shock waves swept through the entire Great Wilderness capital. Many living beings of the Great Wilderness were annihilated before they could even react. Jiang Changkong suppressed the heavenly book in his body, so he couldn't sense this. He stuffed 2 recovery pills into his mouth. The entire Great Wilderness capital was reduced to ruins in one move. Rumble. Divine might surged into the sky, shaking the clouds in the sky. The spear stirred, and the sky within 10,000 kilometers changed colors. The Great Wilderness was shrouded by an oppressive aura. The might of a celestial monarch covered 10,000 kilometers. Thousands of profundities of laws appeared, suppressing the other laws. A desolate and barren aura filled the sky above the Great Wilderness capital. The Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch soared into the sky. His body shone with a golden light, his imperial robe fluttered, and his black hair fluttered. Jiang Changkong, you've completely angered me. When a celestial monarch was angry, mountains of corpses and seas of blood could be seen. Boundless crimson light illuminated the sky. You're still so powerful after taking one move from me. The Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch is worth killing. Jiang Changkong yelled coldly. Boundless primordial chaos rose, and an ancient illusory figure, an ancient existence was awakened. And the Great Wilderness Immortal Monarch was enraged. He slashed down with his spear, and boundless golden and crimson light turned into a destructive spear. Sky-splitting technique. Jiang Changkong used the sky-splitting technique again. Boundless primordial chaos tore apart, and the ancient illusory figure behind him also raised its palm and shot out the sky-splitting light. The mysterious light changed again compared to before. It was like light, but not light, and darkness. An aura that didn't belong to the celestial world was emitted. The crimson light was suppressed, and the golden light also dimmed. The connate divine pattern in Jiang Changkong's body was also hidden in the sky-splitting technique, emitting a connate aura. Rumble. The vast divine move shook 10,000 kilometers, and the ground cracked. Countless living beings within 10,000 kilometers died. Uft. The celestial monarch's blood sprayed out again, and cracks appeared on the 6th grade celestial monarch weapon. The great wilderness immortal monarch flew for 100 kilometers and tumbled in the air, causing the void to tremble. Gray divine blood dripped down. Jiang Changkong wiped it with his hand, and his light injuries healed. He then swallowed a recovery pill. The sky-splitting technique consumed too much energy. Heavenly God of Justice, in my opinion, you are the heavenly demon of justice. Your power has destroyed countless living beings. The great wilderness immortal monarch steadied himself and shouted coldly, "The heavenly Tao will abandon you for killing in vain. I want to see how many moves you can use. It's enough to kill you." Jiang Changkong used the sky-splitting technique again, killing one person and saving one person. The merits and demerits offset each other. This has become a safeguard for you evil demons. Today, I will kill you, and the heavens will naturally bless me even more. What an evil demon! I have done so much for the heavenly court, and the great wilderness celestial kingdom has protected so many living beings. Now, it's just a little sacrifice from these ants. What's the big deal? The great wilderness immortal monarch shouted coldly and smashed down with his spear. Today, I will capture you and receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. You have no chance. The sky-splitting technique slashed down. Crack! The spear that was full of cracks finally could not hold on any longer and exploded into countless fragments. The sky-splitting technique tore apart the immortal monarch's defense. Chapter 595. Ah! A painful scream resounded, and the blood of the immortal king sprinkled down like a waterfall. Rumble! The earth cracked, and the blood of the immortal king turned into a lake. Immortal King Great Wilderness was almost split in half, and only a small part of his skin was connected. The mysterious power of splitting open the sky remained in the wound, making it impossible for him to heal. The golden internal organs in his body were also impacted by the power of splitting open the sky, and cracks appeared. The crisis of death swept through his heart, and immortal King Great Wilderness fled in panic. He didn't understand why the heavenly God of Justice's strength didn't decrease, even though countless living beings were affected just now. Was the heavenly Tao blind? Or had Great Wilderness already become an evil demon and was the target of the heavenly Tao's eradication? Or was the heavenly God of Justice Jiang Changkong so powerful himself, and he didn't rely on the heavenly Tao? Rumble! The mysterious move of splitting open the sky slashed down again. You can't escape. I said that today. I will kill the immortal king. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold as he chased after him. On the other side, the sub-body and Lu Qingxian were discovered at the same time. Several immortal kings appeared at the same time, and their immortal king laws sealed the void. Heaven and earth collapsed, and all things were destroyed. The scene of prosperity appeared in the void. Rumble! Divine power surged through the clouds, and starlight appeared. The surroundings turned into a galaxy, forming a starry sky. Jiang Changkong, this game is over. Immortal King Pujuan, dressed in black and surging murderous intent. Immortal King Fire Virtue, dressed in a fiery red robe, stared at Lu Qingxian with cold eyes. The old immortal king from the Holy Land was also there, and his eyes were cold. There were also a few immortal kings that Jiang Changkong didn't know. 7 immortal kings, 3 of them at the peak. What a big lineup, Jiang Changkong said coldly. The heavenly Darch can't bear to see geniuses wither away, so he will give you one last choice. Hand over the thing, and you will still be the heavenly God of justice of the heavenly court. Immortal King Fire Virtue said coldly. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. What thing? Immortal title? If I give it to you, can you handle it? Still playing dumb. The old man sneered and looked at Lu Qingxian. Why? Do you still want to fight? Lu Qingxian said calmly, the life-saving grace must be repaid. This is the rule of Zhenyuan celestial sect, and also the foundation of the sect. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Find my main body, and you'll get what you want. Another clone? The expressions of the 7 immortal kings changed at the same time. Lu Qingxian was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Changkong to expose himself. Didn't he say that he wanted to buy time for his body? How could I be so stupid as to let you kill me? Jiang Changkong sneered, and his figure dissipated with a loud bang. Cunning boy! The 7 celestial kings were furious and looked at Lu Qingxian. Where is Jiang Changkong's real body? I don't know, Lu Qingxian said lightly. You, Fire Virtue Celestial King, was furious and was about to attack when one of the celestial kings raised his hand and said, In that case, let us check. If Jiang Changkong is not with you, we will not make things difficult for you. Go ahead. Lu Qingxian smiled lightly and let them check. Although he felt strange about why Jiang Changkong would expose himself, he did not know where Jiang Changkong was now. Several people searched and did not find Jiang Changkong, and their expressions became even more ugly. What a waste of time! The Sky River Celestial King snorted angrily and was about to say something when the jade card on his body lit up. Great Wilderness Celestial King, you save me? Jiang Changkong? Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The last cry for help was cut off. Great Wilderness Celestial King! Great Wilderness Celestial King! The Sky River Celestial King's face changed, and he quickly called out, He can't answer you, Sky River, I will kill you. Jiang Changkong's cold voice came, and the jade card dimmed. What happened? The other 6 celestial kings gathered. The Sky River Celestial King's face was ugly. Jiang Changkong killed Great Wilderness Celestial King. Lu Qingxian was stunned. This guy did not come here at all, but went to kill Great Wilderness Celestial King. This was too crazy. Didn't he say that he was going to attract attention? You actually went to kill Great Wilderness Celestial King without saying a word. My Sky River Celestial Kingdom. The Sky River Celestial King's face changed, and he quickly took out his jade card to contact the people of the Celestial Kingdom. However, no one responded. None of the 17 immortals he left behind picked up the call. Quickly inform the Heavenly Court to head to the Great Wilderness and arrest Jiang Changkong. The Fire Virtue Celestial King roared and contacted the Heavenly Court. On the other side, Jiang Changkong was dealing with Great Wilderness Celestial King's corpse. He kept a portion of his immortal blood and the Celestial King's body into the ground to nourish this area, which was considered as giving back to the Great Wilderness. 1 Celestial King, 100,000 heavens power. There were large amounts of resources in the spatial equipment, including 5th grade immortal stones and even 6th grade spiritual cores. The Great Wilderness Celestial King had a rich collection. Jiang Changkong flew away from the Great Wilderness and headed for the North Sea. The 3 seas had become the Dead Sea. Jiang Changkong did not know where to go, so he went to the North Sea to take a look. The essence, qi, and spirit were only slightly more than 540,000. He had not counted the Great Wilderness Celestial King's resources yet. He would do so after seeing the North Sea. The North Sea had long become a land of death. Even if a Celestial King fell in, it would be difficult for him to come out alive. The sea that could have been easily crossed had now become a natural moat. Hiding along the way, Jiang Changkong arrived at the coast of the North Sea 5 days later. The azure blue seawater had turned pitch black. The surface of the sea was calm, and the pitch-black seawater seemed to be still. Jiang Changkong reached out to touch the seawater. A strong corrosive force made his fingers ache. Just because the Dragon King is dead, Jiang Changkong murmured. Without the Dragon King, the sea was lifeless. He only knew that the little Dragon King had the ability to purify seawater. This aura, the aura of death. Jiang Changkong carefully sensed for a moment. There was a strong aura of death in the pitch-black seawater. It was probably this aura of death that had taken away all the lives in the North Sea. Buzz! As soon as he said that, an invisible force came out of the pitch-black seawater and entered Jiang Changkong's mind. Brutality, bloodshed, massacre, and all sorts of evil emotions attacked his mind. The innate divine pattern in his body vibrated. An azure light flowed before dispersing this aura. What exactly happened in the North Sea? Jiang Changkong looked at the North Sea. Black chi rose from the distant seawater. Waves of pitch-black aura emanated from the seawater and floated in front of Jiang Changkong. It actually turned into a rope, trying to pull him into the North Sea. Azure light flashed, and there was a sizzling sound. The black aura turned into black smoke and disappeared. Jiang Changkong retreated continuously, and Celestial King really could not cross such a strange North Sea. The power of the black aura just now could already drag an immortal in. This was only the seaside. If he went deeper, it would probably be even more terrifying. It seems that I still have to borrow the power of the Zhanyuan celestial sect. Jiang Changkong pondered. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Maybe the power of the monster race can also help me? Those ancient monsters of the monster race hadn't come out yet. They were able to survive the siege of the three top forces. Their strength was unfathomable. If he could borrow the identity of the Monster King, he might be able to leave. However, it would be a little difficult to get the monster race to help him, the heavenly god of justice, or leave as the Monster King. While thinking, Jiang Changkong left the North Sea and found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 596. Within the Monster King Palace, the sub-summoned Sun Yuan. Monster King, why are you looking for me? Sun Yuan came and stood at the side. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said, I have a feeling and want to go to the God Court. Do you have a way? God Court? Sun Yuan was stunned. Why do you want to go to the God Court? I just have a feeling. I don't know if it is the Monster Emperor or the Heavenly Tao. There's a voice in the dark telling me to go to the Divine Court. Jiang Changkong's expression didn't change, and he said, Sun Yuan thought for a moment and said, Then I will ask if the Celestial Emperor has time. Thank you. Jiang Changkong smiled. Sun Yuan took out a jade token and sent a message. Which monster race? A cold voice sounded. Sun Yuan was slightly stunned. Who are you? I am Celestial Lord Sun Yuan of Huagua Mountain, a general under the Monster King. Monster King? Huagua Mountain. The voice softened. So it is Celestial Lord Sun. Why are you contacting the Monster Court? Sun Yuan was confused. I am contacting the Celestial Emperor of Huagua Mountain. Why am I at the Monster Court? The Celestial Emperors of Huagua Mountain are in seclusion and are now part of the monster race, so the Monster Court is the one who receives the news. The Monster King explained and paused. I am the Monster Master of the Monster Court, Kuan Yu. You can tell me anything. Sun Yuan said, So it is the Monster Master. The Monster King has a feeling and wants to go to the God Court. I need the protection of the Celestial Emperor. Go to the God Court? Feeling something? How does it feel? Kuan Yu asked. It is just a feeling. Sun Yuan looked at the Monster King and replied, Celestial Lord Sun, it is too much to use the protection of the Celestial Emperor just because of a feeling. Why don't you tell me more? I will help you. Kuan Yu said. Jiang Changkong frowned. I just had a feeling. It is better to go personally. Monster King, you have a high status and cannot take the risk. I will do it for you. Kuan Yu's voice was cold. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened and Sun Yuan's expression changed. Monster Master, let Celestial Emperor of Huagua Mountain talk to me. The Celestial Emperors are in seclusion. Don't worry, Monster King. I will go personally. Celestial Emperors are in seclusion. Monster Master Kuan Yu, our monster, Kuan Yuan said. Sun Yuan, the old ape, was so angry that all of his hair was standing on end. Jiang Changkong's expression was also very unsightly. It seemed that the path of the monster race wouldn't work. They had to think of a solution from the Zhanyuan celestial sect. You, he s king, monster, I king. You for is, king for. Demon Master Kuan-Yu, what is his cultivation level? Jiang Changkong's expression returned to normal. The peak of the immortal king realm. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth. By saying this, it's clear that he wants the treasure that the demon emperor sensed. He's just a peak stage immortal king. What qualifications does he have to represent the demon emperor? He also wants the protection of an immortal emperor, right? Jiang Changkong asked. Yes, with his strength, he can't cross the North Sea alone and go to the divine court, Sun Yuan said angrily. They were clearly trying to snatch the treasure that Jiang Changkong had mentioned. He had a vague feeling that it was either the heavenly Tao or the primordial demonic emperor guiding him. This was clearly related to the demon race's treasure. Demon Master Kuan, you didn't want to hand it over to the demon sovereign, Jiang Changkong. If you go to the demon court, will you be able to see the divine apes of Mount Huagua? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Don't go, it will be dangerous. But Demon Emperor, Sun Yuan still wanted to say something, but Jiang Changkong raised his hand and said, It's useless even if you go. If they like it, let them handle it. Demon Sovereign, when Mount Huagua comes out of seclusion, the old ape will definitely not hide this matter. At that time, my Mount Huagua will be at the demon sovereign's disposal, even if we betray the demon race. Sun Yuan had an arrogant expression. He didn't have much sense of belonging to the demon court. If not for Jiang Changkong taking out the sea-calming divine needle, he would still be cultivating in seclusion and ignoring the world. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Immortal Lord, don't be angry. A demon master dares to make things difficult for me. When the demon race unifies the world, I will be above him. Demon Sovereign. Sun Yuan smiled bitterly, feeling that his demon sovereign was a little naive. The demon master followed the demon the Arch to conquer the world. Even if the demon the Arch acknowledged him, he might be a demon sovereign in name only. How could he deal with the powerful demon master? In a deserted place, Jiang Changkong opened his eyes, which were filled with a cold glint. The path of the demon race is not feasible. I have to think about the Zhanyuan immortal sect. However, it wasn't without gains this time. Demon Master Kuan-Yu had cut off the connection between Mount Huagua and Mount Huagua, which had angered Sun Yuan. He was not working for the demon court. When the time came, he would rope in the various demon races for his own use. He did not mind adding the demon court as his opponent. I do care about preserving my life, but with my status as a demon, I can't make any big moves. Jiang Changkong frowned. As a demonic sovereign, it was not yet time for him to make any big moves. He also did not have the strength to do so. If he only wanted to protect his own life, he could just focus on being a demon emperor. However, that was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to ascend to the divine court. I don't know how far this space jade pendant can teleport. Lu Qingxian is not particularly clear. With that person's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to leave the immortal world. He should be able to protect himself. Jiang Changkong held the space jade pendant. He could make another trip to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. If he was discovered, he could crush the space jade pendant. If he was lucky, he might be sent directly to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. Jiang Changkong took out the great wilderness immortal king's resources and started to count them. 6th grade inferior spiritual cores, 20 pieces. 5th grade superior immortal stones, 600 pieces. High grade, 1,800 pieces. Middle grade, 3,700 pieces. Low grade, 5,500 pieces. 4th grade immortal stones, 16,000 pieces of superior grade immortal stones. None of the other grades. Total essence, chi, and spirit, 2,730,000. As expected of an immortal king of a country, he has colluded with the heavenly court for so long. His foundation is really rich. Jiang Changkong processed and extracted his essence, qi, and spirit. This time, he would break through the mystic art first. His essence, qi, and spirit increased, and the 5 revolutions mystic art improved rapidly. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body once again released the power of heaven. Jiang Changkong once again experienced the great effect of the heavenly Tao. He thought of a person, the one who controlled the creation jade butterfly in the myths. In this world, he had not heard of the legend of that person, and he did not know if he existed. Was the current him considered the same as that person? Although he only had a small piece, its power was definitely not weaker than the creation jade butterfly. This time, the transformation was completed in less than half an hour. The connate divine pattern was more complete, the chaotic laws and a strong monarch aura. If he fought an early-stage immortal king, like the great wilderness immortal king again, he would not need the heaven-splitting art to kill him. Jiang Changkong, pinnacle immortal lord, divine lord, 5th transformation mystic art, complete, 1/8. 1,000,000 postnatal chaotic Tao body, Desheng 1/2. 7,000,000 golden crow immortal sutra, complete, 101250/101250 essence, qi and spirit, 586,250 inches the 5 days in North Sea. His essence, qi, and spirit had increased by more than 10,000. Now he still had close to 600,000. Now I can make a trip. If it doesn't work, I'll hide in the Demon Emperor Palace and wait for the news to die down. Jiang Changkong identified the direction and left in a flash of light. Hiding in the Demon Emperor Palace was his last resort. He would not hide in there until all hope was gone. Chapter 597. 7 days later, near the Zhanyuan celestial sect, the heavenly cycle star array was still there. Jiang Changkong withdrew his aura, and with a shake of his body, he transformed into an ordinary deity. His heavenly eye was covered, and his body turned into a fatty. In that case, there should be no problem. He was not in a hurry to enter the array. Instead, he walked around to check. After observing for 2 days, he had to admit that the heavenly cycle star array did not even have a weak point. Stepping into the array, Jiang Changkong kept a low profile and flew at an early-stage deity speed. Buzz! Light flashed and starlight of different colors intertwined. Several figures blocked the way. "Greetings, great deities," Jiang Changkong said respectfully. "Where are you from?" an immortal master asked. "A wandering cultivator in a mountain range near the Tianha celestial kingdom," Jiang Changkong quickly replied. "Wandering cultivator?" The immortal master frowned. "Does that mean you can't prove your identity?" "Great deity, I'm really a wandering cultivator. I'm a black bear that became an immortal." Jiang Changkong's figure transformed into a black bear. The immortal master sized him up and confirmed that he was indeed a black bear. "Are you going to the Zhanyuan celestial sect?" "I want to go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect to learn from my master," Jiang Changkong said respectfully. "Let's go." The immortal master waved his hand and disappeared. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked forward. Along the way, many living beings were questioned. Jiang Changkong thought about it and decided to move forward with these living beings instead of going alone. Walking alone would be too eye-catching. With these living beings, he quickly headed in the direction of the Zhanyuan celestial sect. After flying for an hour, a vast divine power shook the void. Starlight fell from the sky and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, pressing down. The terrifying pressure and immortal king laws made all the living beings present kneel. Among their group, the strongest was only a peak immortal, facing an immortal king. Just the pressure alone was unbearable. "Lord Immortal King, please spare me." The living beings prostrated on the ground and screamed in fear, begging for mercy. Unfortunately, the immortal king did not give them a chance. The giant hand suddenly fell. Rumble! A beam of cold light tore through the giant chaotic hand, and a bone-chilling cold filled the void. Jiang Changkong's chubby body flew high into the sky. Lord Immortal King, we didn't violate the heavenly law. Why did you kill us? A human figure condensed. The golden river surged majestically, carrying a king. Immortal King? Early divine immortal? You're the most suspicious. The Milky Way divine sword appeared. An array of sword light fell like a river from the 9 heavens. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold as he shattered the sword projection with a punch. Sky River Deity Monarch, you've gone too far. In this king's opinion, you're that Jiang Changkong. Hand over your life. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's expression was cold as an immortal light shot out. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. Sky River Deity Monarch, you have a good eye. You are right. No longer hiding. The boundless primal chaos, the ancient phantom, shot out the heavens, splitting divine light. It's really you. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's expression changed drastically. He would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. He wasn't afraid, even if his opponent was a celestial king. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat the celestial king, he could still stall for time. He never thought he would really encounter Jiang Changkong. Boom! The starlight in the sky shook. The power of the starlight surged into the Sky River Immortal Monarch's body. The void was changing. A sky full of stars appeared, and a starry sky appeared. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's aura grew significantly. With the support of the heavenly cycle star formation, he was infinitely close to the mid-stage celestial king realm. He was confident facing Jiang Changkong. However, when he saw the heavens splitting divine light, he suddenly lost his confidence. Insignificant. It was a very insignificant feeling. He was like an ant. An invisible force made him lower his head. The ancient phantom was an existence that he couldn't look up to. Boom! The mysterious heaven, splitting divine light, landed. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's body was torn apart. His blood splattered across the Milky Way. The Sky River Immortal Monarch was split in half with a single move. Jiang Changkong, you're courting death. The Sky River Immortal Monarch roared. He couldn't even take a single move despite being a celestial king. After consuming 3 pills, Jiang Changkong executed the heaven, splitting divine light again without hesitation. I've always wanted to kill you. Today is the perfect chance. The heaven, splitting divine light, shone again. The mysterious force tore apart the chaos. The Sky River Immortal Monarch was terrified. The 2 halves of his body screamed, Jiang Changkong, you won't be able to escape even if you kill me. I won't be able to escape even if I don't kill you. The heaven, splitting divine light, engulfed the Sky River Immortal Monarch. He reached out and grabbed the interspatial equipment. A miserable cry echoed in the sky. The Sky River Immortal Monarch's life force was fading away rapidly. The starry sky trembled. Auras of an emperor swept over. In the next instant, the Sky River Immortal Monarch's life force was completely gone. The power of 100,000 heavens was transferred to his account. The starry sky shook. An immortal monarch appeared. He glanced at the Sky River Immortal Monarch without doing anything. Jiang Changkong squinted at him. Should he kill an early-stage immortal monarch? Unfortunately, there was no time. Immortal monarchs appeared one after another. The entire starry sky was filled with the might of laws. Jiang Changkong, you really surprised me time and time again. A cold voice sounded. It was the black-robed immortal king Vanquisher. 2 immortal monarchs and the living beings of the great wilderness died tragically in your hands. What right do you have to be the immortal ruler of justice? Flames spread. The fire virtue immortal king's eyes flickered, wanting to burn him into ashes. Immortal monarchs appeared one after another. There were peak immortal monarchs, late-stage immortal monarchs, mid-stage immortal monarchs, early-stage immortal monarchs. The heavenly book of justice appeared. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm the immortal monarch or not. I'm the one who decides the crimes, not you. The heavenly god of justice is getting more and more arrogant, Immortal King Vanquisher said coldly. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Hand it over, and I can guarantee your life, Fire Virtue Immortal King said calmly, as if he didn't care about the Sky River Immortal Monarch's death. Jiang Changkong sneered. Hand it over, and you'll die even faster. That thing isn't with me. I threw it into the North Sea. What? Fire Virtue Immortal King's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the other Immortal Kings also changed. The North Sea was a place of great danger. Jiang Changkong went to the North Sea? Kill! Under the rage, killing intent surged. The Immortal Kings attacked at the same time to kill Jiang Changkong. Farewell! A jade pendant appeared in Jiang Changkong's hand, and he crushed it easily. Not good, he's trying to escape. Dense spatial energy spread out. An ancient and primordial aura spread out from the jade pendant and wrapped around Jiang Changkong. Sensing the spatial energy, the Immortal Kings were enraged and charged at Jiang Changkong. Buzz! The spatial energy tore through the starry sky created by the heavenly cycle star formation and disappeared with Jiang Changkong. Damn it! Furious roars echoed throughout the heavenly cycle star formation. However, Jiang Changkong was nowhere to be seen. The mysterious spatial jade pendant made Jiang Changkong seem to have turned into a willow tree, traveling through endless space toward an unknown place. All of a sudden, the heavenly fragment in Jiang Changkong's body flickered. Splash! He heard the sound of endless waves, and he seemed to have entered the water. In the next instant, violent, bloodthirsty slaughter and other negative emotions rushed into his mind. Am I in the Dead Sea? North Sea, South Sea, or West Sea? Why would the spatial jade pendant teleport me here? Shouldn't I be teleported to the Zhanyuan celestial sect or somewhere nearby? Why did I end up in the Dead Sea? Lone traveler wandering the world. You're finally here again. Chapter 598. Endless darkness and ink-like seawater. All kinds of negative emotions and deathly aura were hidden in the seawater. The power of space dissipated, and an invisible force pressed down. A cold voice kept ringing in Jiang Changkong's ears. No figure could be seen in the darkness, and the chaotic power could not sense it either. Azure light surged out, and the surrounding seawater retreated, alleviating the pressure. Black smoke evaporated and hissed at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Changkong's body was covered in azure light, and the voice was still ringing in his ears. You're here again? This is North Sea? Of the 3 dead seas, he had only gone to North Sea. Since he was here again, he had come to North Sea. The seawater parted, forming a passage in the endless, stagnant water. A pitch-black figure appeared in front of Jiang Changkong. Who are you? Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. How could there be living beings in the Dead Sea? Could it be that he was an immortal emperor? I'm 10,000 miles behind you. If you can swim over, I'll send you out of North Sea. The pitch-black figure slowly raised its head. It was a faceless face made entirely of black gas. Who are you? Jiang Changkong instantly rushed over, his chaotic divine power roaring like a divine dragon. The pitch-black figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared, sticking close to Jiang Changkong's back. I'll wait for you. The pitch-black figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and merged into North Sea. Jiang Changkong circulated his azure light and rushed to the surface of the sea. However, the higher he went, the greater the pressure, and the faster the azure light was consumed. On the other hand, the pressure was greatly reduced at the bottom of the sea. 10,000 miles. Jiang Changkong snorted and swam toward the place mentioned by the man in black. The endless stagnant water eroded the azure light, and the innate divine patterns in his body shook violently. Jiang Changkong used all his strength to swim with all his might. He had no choice now, unless he cultivated the ancestral dragon scripture and turned into a true dragon to guard North Sea. However, this might not succeed. It could only be his last resort. Even if he transformed into the chaotic ancestral dragon body, he might not be able to defeat the man in black. It was very likely that he was here because of the man in black. Jiang Changkong's physical strength and god power were being depleted rapidly by the treatment of the seawater and the green light in his body. An hour later, Jiang Changkong had only covered a distance of 1,000 li. A third of the azure light in his body had been consumed. At this rate, they would only be able to advance 3,000 li at most. He took out a bottle of pills. As soon as he opened it, the pills inside all turned pitch black, their immortal energy completely gone. Jiang Changkong's expression was unsightly. There were no living creatures in the 4 seas, only stagnant water. Even the medicinal pills had been corroded. Was he really going to cultivate the ancestral dragon scripture? I can't delay any longer. The sea of death is constantly consuming my energy. Jiang Changkong pondered as he moved forward. The information of the ancestral dragon scripture appeared. He would make his own decision when it was too late. Endless seawater eroded it and the green light dimmed. More and more black gas poured into his body from the seawater. His body was also being corroded. His flesh and blood fell off piece by piece, turning into black liquid and merging into the North Sea. Jiang Changkong was still moving forward. His innate godly patterns were vibrating, clearing away the black qi that entered his body. After 2,000 li, only a third of the green light was left in his body. He was still moving, but his flesh and blood had completely left his body, leaving only his bones. This was definitely the worst time for him. Jiang Changkong thought to himself, who would have thought that he would be teleported to a huge pit like the North Sea? Now, his previous words had come true. He had thrown the sky fragment into the North Sea. When he was close to 3,000 li, there was only a trace of the green light left. The innate godly patterns dimmed and cracks appeared. Jiang Changkong panicked. The crisis of death enveloped him. His bones were also full of cracks. He was pitifully weak now. Streams of black gas kept drilling into his bones, destroying everything in a frenzy. Cultivate, Just as Jiang Changkong was about to decide to cultivate the ancestral dragon scripture, a powerful force came out from the broken bones. The innate godly patterns shattered and began to reform, and the law of chaos drilled into them. The green light became denser, and the connate aura became denser. The pitch-black figure from before had appeared beside him, and a pair of black energy hands were moving the innate godly patterns. He was guiding his own divine patterns to reform, or rather, he was reconstructing them according to his thoughts. The connate aura became denser, and the innate godly patterns became more complete. His bones shattered and new ones grew. The green bones were covered in the innate godly patterns. Although it was still incomplete, it was stronger than before. You're helping me? Jiang Changkong couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to do. Did he want to kill him or help him? Moreover, the body made of black gas was not afraid of his green light. Streams of black gas drilled into his innate godly patterns, and they could actually accelerate the power of the divine patterns. There's something wrong with your divine patterns. That kid, Hao Qian, didn't see the true divine patterns. The pitch-black figure sneered, and his figure disappeared. Come over yourself. Jiang Changkong's new body took shape, and he was a little confused. That kid, Hao Qian? There was something wrong with the divine patterns. His divine patterns were formed in the sacred land with the help of the green light. Who was this guy? He was so familiar with the green light, and he seemed to know the Hao Qian Emperor. Filled with doubts, Jiang Changkong swam quickly. All sorts of negative emotions surged over again. However, they did not affect him this time. Aside from the pressure that prevented him from breaking through, he was not affected by the Dead Sea. The newly formed divine patterns still had a trace of black qi and death aura. The green light no longer drained, and the energy in his body recovered to its peak. This time he covered the remaining 7,000 kilometers in less than an hour. The Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was now pitch black, submerged in black water. Black fog shrouded the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The palace doors opened wide, and a black-robed figure sat on the dragon throne, looking at Xiao Chen coldly. The figure's face was blurry, and Xiao Chen could not see it clearly. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Based on the figure's figure, Xiao Chen could tell that it was a man. The figure sat on the dragon throne, and the surrounding black qi came from his body. You destroyed the Northern Sea. Jiang Changkong's expression sank slightly. Did you bring me here on purpose? You were lucky to be above the Northern Sea. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would have taken for you to come to the Northern Sea to find me? The black-robed figure said indifferently. Why would I look for you? Jiang Changkong frowned. Why would I look for you? He was extremely puzzled. At the same time, he had a new understanding of the person in front of him. A sage. This was another ancient existence that could capture him to the Northern Sea from Hollow Willow's means. Not even an immortal venerate could do that. The black-robed figure sighed, faintly, seemingly disappointed. It's been so long, and you still can't recognize me. Has my name been completely forgotten by the immortal world? I don't know much about the sage level, Jiang Changkong replied carefully after thinking for a moment. There were a few sages. If these negative emotions came from the person in front of him, the identity was not difficult to guess, but he did not dare to be sure. I'll give you a hint. When the world first judged me, the black-robed figure was very dissatisfied. At that time, all living beings in the immortal world called me a demon. Jiang Changkong blinked. I still don't know. The black-robed figure. I suspect that you did it on purpose. Take out the Heavenly Book of Justice and have a look. I did not hide it. Chapter 599. Brat, do you want me to kill you? The black-robed figure was enraged and stood up from his throne. He had already given him a hint, but he pretended not to know. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. I really don't know. Take out your Book of Justice and see for yourself, roared the black-robed figure. I was worried that the heavenly courts would discover it, so I suppressed it in my body. Jiang Changkong sighed. The heavenly courts can sense it. In North Sea, the patriarch has the final say, said the black-robed figure proudly. Only then did Jiang Changkong take out the Book of Justice. The information on it appeared. Fiend ancestor, Rahu, meritorious service to the heavens. It was a simple line of information. There was not even a cultivation level. So, you are the supreme fiend ancestor, the omnipotent god Rahu? Jiang Changkong said in shock. The black-robed figure sat down, enjoying his current expression. That's right, that's me. Then may I ask, Patriarch Rahu, did you destroy North Sea? Asked Jiang Changkong. Rahu raised his hand slightly. No, I don't know how the North Sea Dragon King died, but I can restore North Sea. Restore North Sea? How do you do that? Asked Jiang Changkong hurriedly. Rahu was silent for a moment before pointing underground. After you become an immortal supremacy, tear this place down. I can restore it after tearing it down. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. He looked at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why didn't you tear it down, fiend ancestor? Rahu said indifferently. Why should I tear it down? I'm not interested in saving North Sea. I'll leave this mission to you. Fiend ancestor, I think we should be honest with each other, said Jiang Changkong. For example, why are you here? Raha's voice suddenly turned cold. I saved you. If not for you, I might have already reached the heavenly courts, said Jiang Changkong. Perhaps I might have already started a new life. I helped you reconstruct the correct divine patterns, allowing your physique to reach half the Khanate level. Jiang Changkong opened his mouth. He could not possibly say that he would directly reach the Khanate level after advancing, right? I helped you, so you have to repay me. During this trip to the Divine Court, you have to do something for me. Luohu's voice rang out again. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Demonic ancestors' strength is astonishing. What can stump you? I'm very busy, I don't have time. Rahu said impatiently, I helped you, you should repay me. Jiang Changkong said with a faint smile, Fiend ancestor, aren't you afraid that I won't help you if I run? Do you believe that I can kill you right now? The black-robed figure turned cold. I don't believe you. Jiang Changkong stirred his chaos divine powers to defend against the fiend ancestor's attack. He only felt that there was something wrong with the devil ancestor. If he really had the strength, he would be able to accomplish what he wanted with a flick of his finger. Furthermore, from the moment he entered until now, he did not feel any pressure from the demon ancestor. It was as though he was facing an ordinary person whom he could not see through. However, the demon ancestor was constantly leaking demonic chi. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible not to sense the fiend ancestor's divine might. The demon ancestor's blurry face twitched. You win, kid. I really don't have the ability to kill you. Then, shall we have a good talk? Jiang Changkong probed. Then, how did you capture me from the space? Rather than saying that I captured you, it's better to say that the vast sky brat asked you to come. The demon ancestor said indifferently, Previously, I sensed the fragment of sky and wanted to pull you down, but I didn't succeed. Jiang Changkong carefully recalled. It seemed that back then, the fragment of sky had indeed fluctuated a little. It was just that the situation was urgent, and he did not have time to pay attention. All right then, what are the vast sky god and the rest doing? Where did they go? Jiang Changkong asked. The demon ancestor scoffed. You're over-complicating things. They're just tired of playing in the immortal world and want to change to a more exciting place to play. As for your problem, it's just a product of their creation. It seems to be very successful now. Jiang Changkong. I don't believe a word of your words. Part of my body suppresses the 4 seas. Every once in a while, the true dragon has to purify the seas. That's right, it's to deal with the demonic chi that I leaked. After the true dragon died, no one purified the seas. The demon ancestor sighed. Jiang Changkong was shocked. How many pieces were you chopped into? The demon ancestor. I really want to slap you to death. Really. The heavenly Tao shattered, and the demon ancestor was dismembered. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, Demon ancestor, do you have an enemy called Han Jun? Why do you know him but not me? Luohu was furious. He felt humiliated. It was fine if this guy didn't know his name as the demon ancestor. He actually knew his mortal enemy. How many years had it been? Because of the vast sky god, that's why I know. Jiang Changkong coughed lightly and said, Demon ancestor, can't you retract the demonic chi? If I can retract it, why would I talk nonsense with you? Luohu snorted coldly. He was a little depressed. He could only control a small amount of power. If he was strong enough, he could pull Jiang Changkong in the first time. All right, now tell me, what do you want me to do? Jiang Changkong said in deep thought. Luohu was suppressed in the East Sea. He could continue to suppress him and get a true dragon to purify him. However, the amount of work required was a little huge. Moreover, it was a long-term project. It wouldn't solve the root of the problem. The root of the problem was either to completely kill the demon ancestor or to break the seal and release Luohu. Bring this thing to the god dynasty. If you find what I need, you will sense it. A black fragment flew out from Luohu's side. It was the size of a thumb. When you become an celestial venerable, bring it along. What exactly is that thing? What is it? Jiang Changkong asked. You can think of it as a celestial position. It's similar to what the demon emperor gave you. Luohu said calmly, however, I don't need you to spread the name of the demon ancestor. All right, I will complete it. Demon ancestor, send me to the god dynasty now. Jiang Changkong said. Luo Ho said calmly, swim there yourself. Didn't you say that you would send me? Jiang Changkong's lips twitched. What do you think? Luo Ho said coldly. With my current strength, sending you over won't be faster than you swimming yourself. Jiang Changkong felt that the demon ancestor was trying to trick him. After all this, he still had to do it himself. He turned around and left. Celestial Venerable? He would think about it when the time came. If it was possible, he would come over after he became a saint and spar with the demon ancestor. If he could solve it, he would release it. If he couldn't, there was still the true dragon pool. At that time, he would transform into true dragons and let them purify the seawater so that the demon ancestor could continue to stay. After thinking about this, Jiang Changkong quickly swam towards the god dynasty. Demon ancestor Luo Ho's body appeared and he laughed coldly. Kid, don't think about coming over. I have seen Panga before. If you want to corroborate your Tao, you will need my guidance. Demon ancestor, don't worry. I will definitely complete your instructions. I have almost completed the task that the demon emperor entrusted me with. Jiang Changkong patted his chest and said, I don't need your guidance at all to corroborate my Tao. I can level up myself. Luo Ho said calmly, that's good. You can put the matter of the demon emperor aside first. Complete my instructions first. Jiang Changkong said softly, Demon ancestor, reveal to me what the celestial position that the demon emperor gave me is. There has been no reaction until now. Chapter 600. Rahu didn't tell him what the monster emperor gave him. Jiang Changkong threatened him, but he wasn't willing to say it. Instead, he felt that he could help him prove his Tao and that he already had Jiang Changkong in his grasp. A man who had seen Pangu was just that confident. Jiang Changkong had no choice but to research it himself in the future. The monster emperor's immortal position was definitely related to the monster race and monster court. The demon ancestor should be related to the demon race. No matter what these two powerful beings wanted to do, he just needed to prove his Tao. Back then, Pangu could beat the demon ancestor like a dog. Hongjun could beat him into pieces. So could he. After stepping out of North Sea, a new land appeared in front of him. The vast land ruled by the divine court. Jiang Changkong didn't know much about it. When he was in the heavenly court, his authority was relatively low. Sun Yuan had never been to the divine court. He flew in the air, searching for traces of living beings. This divine court was similar to the heavenly court. Buzz! Not long after he flew, a black barrier blocked his way. It was a very weak, golden-black barrier, probably only at the sky immortal level. A huge face formed in the air, and a weak divine aura spread out. Which god has come to my divine country? The huge face was the face of a rat. The Book of Justice spread out. Although the heavenly court was powerful, it couldn't be compared to the divine court. Black-furred rat god, late-stage sky immortal. The rat country believes in the god of heaven and feeds on living beings. Reward, 100 heavens power. Jiang Changkong pointed with his finger, and his primal chaos divine energy directly grabbed a mouse from below. Without waiting for him to beg, he searched his soul. Information about the divine court appeared in his mind. There were no sects or factions here, only divine countries. The divine court was the largest divine country. Billions of living beings believed in them and obtained the power of faith. The power of heaven has actually awakened. Jiang Changkong saw a piece of information with a hint of surprise. The power of heaven in the divine court had also awakened. These gods collected the power of faith, expanded their territory, and also obtained some power of heaven. However, like the heavenly court, they didn't know how to obtain it and were still trying to figure it out. The celestial court's control over territory was much stronger than the celestial court's. From the very beginning, the divine court was the largest divine nation. It controlled most of the land, supported the divine nation and obtained faith. Incense becomes a god. Under normal circumstances, only gods could use the power of faith. As for mortals, if they wanted to reach the heavens in a single step, they would need the help of gods or other opportunities. Over the years, many mortals had relied on fortuitous encounters to ascend to godhood. As for the various divine kingdoms, they would devour each other for the sake of more faith. There were also benefits to having faith in gods. They could invite gods, and gods could also descend through faith power. However, a deity taking the initiative to descend would consume a lot of energy, while inviting a deity would consume a lot less. Under normal circumstances, faith was useless against celestial kings. But now, the heavenly Tao had recovered, and the power of faith from incense had also increased. Right now, the power of faith was also very useful to immortal kings. Jiang Chongkong recalled the time when he governed the East Ocean and made the fishing villages worship the Dragon King of the East Ocean, the Celestial Larch, burning incense to become a god faith. Jiang Chongkong digested the information. This place was quite suitable for him. As long as it wasn't a territory controlled by the divine court, divine nations could devour each other depending on their own strength. For example, the rat god that he had just killed was the third heavenly god of this divine nation in a year. For small divine nations like this, it was normal for them to change their faith every few days. Only immortal lords, which were god lords, would not change for a long time. After dispersing the rat god's corpse, Jiang Chongkong took out an interspatial ring. This was the Sky River Immortal Kings. He hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed. Inferior 6th grade spiritual cores, 11 pieces. Peak 5th grade immortal stones, 400 pieces. Superior 2,000 pieces. Medium 2,800 pieces. Inferior 3,200 pieces. 4th grade immortal stones, 18,000 high grade immortal stones, 30,000 high grade immortal stones. No other grades. Total essence, energy, and spirit, 3,271,000. The Sky River Immortal King's table manners were clearly worse than Great Wilderness. Although the superior ones were not as good as Great Wildernesses, the inferior ones were far better. Great Wilderness Immortal King looked down on superior 4th grade immortal stones. But this Sky River Immortal King had it with him. Previously, he had 700,000 essence, energy, and spirit. Now, it was close to 4 million. Immortal kings were so rich. If he killed a few more immortal kings, he would be able to reach the immortal king stage. At the thought of this, Jiang Chongkong returned to the North Sea. He sat down cross-legged and started to improve his chaotic Tao body. With Luo Ho's help, his chaotic Tao body became stronger, and he didn't fear demonic energy. The Khanate aura also became denser. Under normal circumstances, only immortal emperors would have such a unique aura. After improving his postnatal chaotic Tao body, the heavenly Tao fragment shook and accelerated his transformation. Jiang Chongkong thought about how many benefits it would bring him if he revived this heavenly Tao fragment. Half an hour later, Jiang Chongkong's chaotic Tao body reached perfection. Jiang Chongkong, Peak Immortal Lord, God Lord, 5th Revolution Mystic Art, 1 out of 8. 1 million postnatal chaotic Tao body, 1/8. 1 million Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, 101250/101250 essence, energy, and spirit. 1278950 inch according to that rat's memory. There is a divine nation built by an early-stage divine lord billions of miles away. Jiang Chongkong stood up and went to find the divine lord's divine nation. He didn't know how far the divine court's research on the power of heaven had progressed. He could only be sure that they hadn't studied it thoroughly. He had to speed up. When they were almost done, he would probably not get any benefits. Jiang Chongkong was extremely fast and occasionally revealed a bit of divine might. Some weaker gods retreated and didn't dare to stop him. In the divine Lord Divine Nation, Jiang Changkong arrived. He concealed his aura and seemed to be an early stage true god. Stop! A cold voice rang out. Divine might permeated the air as a true deity blocked their path. Jiang Changkong, open the heavenly book. You should be a heavenly god. The true god was slightly stunned. His power dropped rapidly and was directly reduced to a peak heavenly god. What are you? The heavenly god shouted in fear. A message was sent out. Buzz! The void fluctuated and a wave of power was approaching rapidly. Is this the power of a divine nation? This speed has already surpassed an early stage immortal lord. Jiang Changkong carefully sensed that the divine lord of this divine nation had arrived. In a divine nation that they controlled, the combat strength of a god would greatly increase. Endless divine light shone. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. This was the scene of a god traveling. You might be able to fool mortals with this little trick, but do you think you can fool me? Jiang Changkong raised his hand and the scene disappeared. Endless golden light shone from his body. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare to look at it directly. Lowly god, do you know your crime for trespassing on a divine nation? His voice was like thunder resounding in the sky. He had seen many gods that passed by, and sometimes he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. However, this was the first time he had seen someone take the initiative to attack and defeat his subordinate. Lowly? Jiang Changkong sneered. Chaos divine power surged, and endless chaos appeared behind him. Who among us is lowly? The divine might far surpassed a divine lord. The terrifying suppression caused the heavenly god to fall. The divine lord's light dimmed and his body bent. He said in shock, a god king. This was a god king and not an ordinary god king. He was an early stage immortal lord and couldn't even block the divine might. His body bent and his knees went soft. He wanted to kneel. Chapter 601. The divine lord's information appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. A diamond-shaped crystal flew out of the divine lord's body and landed in Jiang Changkong's hand. According to the divine lord's memory, this was a faith crystal. Essence, spirit, and spirit, 100. Withdraw. It was equivalent to an inferior 5th-grade immortal stone. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. Faith is also essence, spirit, and spirit. If that was the case, he could make a divine nation for fun. Then he would keep this divine lord for now. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, this divine nation belongs to me. In the future, you will be my subordinate god. Thank you, your majesty. I am willing to be your subordinate god. The divine lord was overjoyed. Although Jiang Changkong had taken his divine nation and made him his subordinate, he did not have to die. He still had the divine lord to rely on. The divine lord was basically the pinnacle of the divine court's territory other than the divine court. Of course, there were some late-stage and pinnacle divine lords who were far stronger than Jiang Changkong. According to the divine lord's memory, there were divine nations ruled by divine lords nearby. The divine lords were still very far away from here. Jiang Changkong felt that he could unify the nearby divine nations and expand outwards. Your Majesty, please follow me, the divine lord said respectfully. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, By Xiang, I'll leave the succession to you. This divine lord's true form was a white elephant who had guarded this place for more than 1,000 years. Under normal circumstances, a divine lord's country would not have a change of faith so quickly. The succession might be a little troublesome, but it should not be a problem with Bai Xiang around. Bai Xiang said respectfully, Your Majesty, don't worry. The entire nation will celebrate Your Majesty's joining. That's good. Jiang Changkong nodded, but still said worriedly, Explain to your subordinates as well. Bai Xiang hurriedly said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. May I ask if Your Majesty wants the White Elephant Nation to change its name? Sacred Land. Jiang Changkong sighed. He thought of the heaven fragment in his body. When he awakened the heavenly Tao, he should be able to build a sacred land. Although he was far from the level of the heavenly emperor and the others, sooner or later, he could try to build a true holy land. Following Bai Xiang, Zhang Xian arrived at the royal palace. The king, generals, and ministers all knelt down to welcome him. "Welcome, Supreme Divine Lord. You may rise. I have an announcement to make. From today onwards, the White Elephant Country will be renamed the Holy Land. The Holy Land will welcome a God King, and it is this God Lord who I believe in." The divine aura of the white elephant filled the entire area. His voice reverberated throughout the divine kingdom, reverberating in everyone's hearts. "God King, welcome, God King." Cheers could be heard coming from the outside, echoing across the entire sacred land. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows in surprise. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body also trembled slightly. "There's a reaction?" He was just sighing at the actions of the heavenly emperor and the others, imitating the creation of the Holy Land. The commotion caused by the heavenly Tao fragment was truly unexpected. Since that was the case, he would have to properly control this Holy Land. If one could awaken the heavenly Tao, the power of heaven obtained was not something that law enforcement could compare to. His law enforcement could only be considered a small part of it. The real big part was taken by the Celestial Emperor. If the heavenly Tao fragment were to awaken, he would not have to work for others. "Your Excellency, please use your divine power to leave behind a statue for your people to worship day and night." The king kowtowed respectfully. Jiang Changkong pointed out with a finger, and a divine statue appeared. It was exactly the same as him, with 3 eyes. "Your Excellency, please," White Elephant said again. Jiang Changkong nodded and stepped into the void with him, disappearing from the palace. In the void, a divine array operated, and a cluster of palaces appeared in sight. White Elephant Palace. Apart from White Elephant Palace, the other palaces were all god palaces and god halls. The two entered White Elephant Palace and an altar appeared. It was filled with golden liquid that condensed into faith crystals. "These are faith crystals. Your Excellency, you can use divine power to construct god altars." White Elephant took out a pile of materials. "These are the materials to refine god altars." After searching Jiang Changkong's soul, he already had the method to refine god altars, so it was easy for him to refine them. God altars could collect the power of faith and condense faith crystals. When the heavenly Tao existed, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The power of faith could directly enter the body of a god. But now the heavenly Tao had yet to fully awaken, so he could only use god altars and divine arrays as a substitute. Chaos divine power surged in Jiang Changkong's palm as he refined the materials and constructed the god altars. In less than 15 minutes, a gray god altars were completed. The god altars contained his divine power. If a believer was pious enough, they could communicate with the god altars and borrow the divine power within. This was equivalent to inviting a god to possess one's body. However, to truly invite a god to possess one's body was to invite divine power and soul. It was a little difficult now. The god altars were successfully refined, and the divine array vibrated, resonating with the gray god altars. From within the god altars, Jiang Changkong could hear the voices of the king and his ministers. They were praying to him, and bits of faith power floated within the god altars. Interesting. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body vibrated again. "Your Excellency, shall this palace be your god palace?" White Elephant asked carefully. "Very well. Call the nearby divine nations over as well. I believe they will make the right choice." Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the God Palace became the God King Palace. White Elephant had already put away the God altars in the palace. The portraits in the God Palace had also become him. After telling White Elephant to inform the divine lords of the other divine nations, Jiang Changkong began to ponder alone. The void of the divine nation was covered by a grand array that connected the various parts of the divine nation. With the existence of this formation, not even the slightest movement within the divine kingdom could escape his eyes. The god they worshipped was like a true ruler that monitored the entire divine nation. Jiang Changkong looked at the grand array. Below him were the 23 cities of the Holy Land. They were all busy with his affairs. The God King had descended and changed the divine nation into a holy land. Every city had to have a statue of him and a temple for the divine nation's citizens to worship day and night. Jiang Changkong discovered that some martial gods and human gods were also his citizens. Heavenly gods could join the divine nation's guards to maintain order in the divine nation. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and sent 23 streams of divine power into the 23rd floor. His face appeared in the air and looked down at the entire Holy Land. His voice resounded in everyone's ears. "Have faith in me, and you shall enjoy eternal life." Boom! The chaos divine power entered the 23 cities and busied themselves with his statue. The people in the divine temple all received a strand of divine power. Many cultivators close to martial gods broke through and became martial gods. Some martial immortals broke through and became human gods. Some heavenly gods broke through and became heavenly gods, but none broke through. His current strength was equivalent to a mid-stage immortal king. A wisp of divine power was enough for them to benefit greatly. As he did so, the living beings in the 23 cities all knelt and shouted, "The God King blesses us. Mighty God King, your servants will forever be loyal to you." Both mortals and heavenly gods were sincerely worshipping him. The power of faith in the god altar skyrocketed. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body trembled violently. A golden light appeared. Jiang Changkong was overjoyed. Has the heavenly Tao awakened? Chapter 602. Golden light shone in the air. A golden palace appeared with the power of the heavens radiating from it. The Sage King Palace. Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. This golden palace floated above all the other palaces. It floated in the air without the help of any array formation. It floated in the sky like a palace in the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong entered the palace. It was quiet and peaceful. It felt like he had returned to the Holy Land. Inside the palace, the divine throne appeared, and Jiang Changkong sat on it. "I miss the heavenly god of justice palace." Jiang Changkong sighed. The heavenly god of justice's weapon hadn't appeared yet. However, it wasn't important anymore. He didn't need to rely on the heavenly Tao to give him a weapon. He just needed to pay them more wages. Can the heavenly Tao fragment activate the heavenly Tao fragment as a reward? Jiang Changkong pondered. Maybe he really needed to pay more attention to this holy land. The prayers of the Holy Land's people came from the altar. However, what were they praying for? For him to become stronger and for them to be safe. "Your Excellency," Bai Xiang said in surprise. Bai Xiang's voice rang out in astonishment. "Is this a palace created by His Majesty?" He had already given up his palace, and Jiang Changkong had agreed. Why did he build his own palace? Strangely, when he walked into the palace, his heart actually calmed down. He wanted to stay here forever. "How's it going?" Jiang Changkong asked. Bai Xiang said, 5 of the 7 divine lords nearby are willing to come. If all 5 divine lords were guilty, wouldn't that mean he could get 250,000? No, he couldn't be in a hurry. He had to get the heavenly Tao out first. "Tell me, how do you usually govern the Holy Land?" Jiang Changkong asked. "In the past, I asked the other true gods to guard the cities and ensure their safety. Every year we can enjoy the sacrifices." Bai Xiang replied, "Sacrifices? How?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "We choose the most devout believers as sacrifices for us to enjoy," Bai Xiang said. For some reason, he felt a little guilty. In the past, when he said this, he didn't react at all and felt that it was only natural. But in this divine temple, he only felt guilt and a trace of regret after saying these words. Jiang Changkong frowned and took out his altar. From now on, every 10 years, the Holy Land will choose 3 of the most outstanding believers to be rewarded by me. The previous sacrificial rules are all abolished. The most outstanding believers of this God can become gods in the future. 3 days from now, I will choose the 3 most outstanding believers to be conferred as gods. Lord God King, Bai Xiang hurriedly whispered. Within the sacred land, endless cheers resounded. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and sorted through the memories of searching the white elephant. There were many memories that he didn't check. He only searched for information that was useful to him. After finding the information about sacrifices, Jiang Changkong finally understood why these gods would enjoy sacrifices like believers. The more devout the faith, the more helpful it would be to the gods, and the more delicious it would be to eat. A loyal and devoted believer could directly help a heavenly god become a true god. I can let bygones be bygones for now. It all depends on your performance in the future. Jiang Changkong said lightly. This was killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, but the gods would continue to do it. As long as the god nation wasn't destroyed, there would be an endless supply of believers. Yes, I already regret my previous decision. Bai Xiang said guiltily. Jiang Changkong looked at the sky fragment in his body. It was shaking more and more violently. He would follow the standards of the Holy Land. It was a little troublesome to build a Holy Land, but the prototype was not a problem. God King, the 5 divine lords will arrive soon. Bai Xiang said respectfully. Jiang Changkong ordered. Okay, go and welcome them and bring them here. Bai Xiang retreated respectfully and left the divine temple. That peaceful feeling was gone. He felt strange. Why did he feel guilty? Was it because of those ants? No, it should be because of the Lord God King. It was the Lord God King's powerful cultivation that affected him. Jiang Changkong continued to organize Bai Xiang's memories. The divine court also had celestial stones, but they liked to call them divine stones. Divine stones were to be offered to the gods. The discoverer could only keep 1%. Even the king had to offer 99% of the resources to him. What an evil exploiter. Although Jiang Changkong sometimes ate even more ruthlessly, he only took what he needed. And these gods didn't even let go of the 1st and 2nd ranks. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong said again, from now on, everyone can keep 50% of the resources of the 3rd rank and below. Everyone can keep 30% of the resources of the 4th rank and above. Then there were cheers and thanks. The people of the Holy Land were overjoyed. In the past, the gods only wanted to protect them from being wiped out. They wanted to take as much as they could. Jiang Changkong gave them 50% and 30%. This was a great gift. He was a selfless god. None of the gods dared to say anything. Although the true gods were a little unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. This was the God King. What could they do? Could they beat the God King? 2 hours later, Bai Xiang arrived with 5 god sovereigns. They were all early-stage divine lords. If they were stronger, they would have swallowed Bai Xiang. Jiang Changkong looked at the Book of Justice. 3 of them had committed serious crimes and would have their cultivation levels reduced. 2 of them were sentenced to death. As expected, none of them were good. Greetings, God King. The 5 divine lords said, respectfully. After entering the shrine, they also calmed down. The peaceful energy made them very calm. I think you know why I called you here, Jiang Changkong said lightly. We are willing to submit to the God King and build the Holy Land together, the 5 divine lords said without hesitation. They didn't dare to hesitate. Even if there was an invisible power that made them calm, they were still afraid of death. Jiang Changkong nodded in satisfaction. Then we will follow the rules of the Holy Land. Also, this strand of divine power will make you not have any evil thoughts. 5 strands of divine power entered the 5 divine lords. In the future, You will hand over 50% of your resource income and keep the rest for yourselves. Jiang Changkong said lightly, 3 days later, your countries will select believers and carry out the conferment. After giving the instructions, he let them leave. Bai Xiang sent them out of the Holy Land. After returning, he said respectfully, God King and 2 future divine lords. They are quite bold. Jiang Changkong said coldly. He felt the heavenly Tao fragment vibrating more and more frequently in his body. Put it aside for now. We will talk about it after I finish dealing with the Holy Land. He just wanted to see the heavenly Tao awaken. He was not in a hurry to put other things aside for now. Yes, I will go and organize the resources now. Bai Xiang left respectfully. He went to gather the subordinates and collect resources. Jiang Changkong calmed his mind and sensed the heavenly Tao fragment in his body. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly Tao would awaken. In the future, his salary might not be lower than the celestial thearchas. Also, he had to make preparations for conferment. When that time came, he had to control his power well. If he was a mortal, he might accidentally kill his believer.